Let's go ahead and bring this meeting to order. Placerville City Council, where are we at? January 26th at 5 p.m. And we are getting ready to go to closed session. And at this point, we'd like to know if anybody has any comments that they would like we'll open up public comment for any items on closed session.
Mayor, we do have one person, 525. You may now, if I can figure out how to do this, I got to remember how to do it now. Hold on just 1 second.
All right, we'll be right with you, 525.
Good old Zoom.
What would we do without it though, really?
True.
Okay, 525, you can now go ahead.
All right.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon. I wanted to address item 2, give you the benefit of a 360 evaluation. My BA is in public administration, so speaking from an academic perspective, your city manager is awesome. Give him 360 points, can't get any higher than that. And then speaking from a personal perspective, having worked with many different city managers, I think with a nod to the gold rush, you have quite the golden manager. And one evaluation criteria I use personally is the relationships that he builds with his whole team. And I have nothing but praise for your Placerville City team. So that's my piece. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, Leo. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
All right. Do we have any anything else for public comment? Let's see.
Looks like that is all of the public comment.
The 525 still has their hand raised. Is that the same one?
That's my fault, yes.
Okay. All right. Good deal. All right. So we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will go ahead and adjourn to a closed session, and we'll be back here at approximately 6 p.m. for our regular scheduled meeting. All right, let's go ahead and bring this city council meeting of January 26th to order. And if you could all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. There it is. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It never gets old, no matter how many meetings we do that in, I'll tell you. So let's, Ms. McConnell, if you could help us with a roll call, please.
Mayor Thomas,
Here.
Vice Mayor Taylor. Here. Councilmember Borelli.
Here.
Councilmember No.
Here.
Councilmember Zaragoza.
Here.
All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna move right into ceremonial matters. And this is a proclamation of the city of Placerville in recognition of Brian Bierkamp for his exceptional service as District 3 Supervisor on the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And I think I'll roll. Do we just go right into reading this here? All right. So this is a proclamation of the Placerville City Council in recognition of Brian Bierkamp for his exceptional service as District 3 Supervisor on the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Whereas Brian Bierkamp's legacy of service and commitment to El Dorado County runs deep. As a descendant of 2 pioneer families, Brian's great uncle served on the Board of Supervisors from 1919 to 1934. Following in his footsteps, Brian was first elected to El Dorado County Board of Supervisors District 3 in 2013, serving 2 terms until December 2020. And whereas Brian values education, holding a Bachelor's of Science degree in Business Administration and a minor in Economics from California State University, Sacramento, with an associate's degree in Fire Technology and General Studies. And whereas Brian has dedicated his life to community service, serving for 30 years in public emergency services, with his last position as the fire chief of El Dorado Hills Fire Department. Furthermore, Brian has served on numerous community boards, board of directors, including Camino School District, the El Dorado County Fire Chiefs Association, Rotary Club, Kiwanis, the Marshall Hospital Foundation for Community Health, and most recently, the Marshall Hospital Board of Directors, the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority, JPA, and El Dorado County Irrigation District Board of Directors, among others. And you're a busy man. And whereas Brian's service on the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors has left a lasting legacy where he spearheaded such initiatives as developing a countywide strategic plan, instituting a critical vegetation management ordinance, aligning our county's response while diligently supporting the work, aligning our county's response to homelessness with available funding, piloting creative solutions to seasonal harvest traffic, while diligently supporting the work of our community and nonprofit organizations. Additionally, Brian's accomplishments extend to other local and regional agencies where he serves as chairman of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, otherwise known as SACOG, the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, the Transit Authority, the Water Agency, as well as chairman of Board of Supervisors. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Placerville City Council does, with appreciation and gratitude, recognize Brian Veerkamp for his lifetime of service in our community and on the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. So, are there any comments?
Yes, Brian, again, I want to thank you for your service, for your years on the Board of Supervisors. As I got in the council, I got a chance to know you better and become friends with you. And, we're going to miss you. I miss you at SACOG as well. We'll have Wendy, so it's great that she's there too, but really we'll miss your expertise and leadership as well. Looking forward to working with you in a new capacity, both in what I call your day job, as well as your work on EID. It'd be great to have a more closer working relationship with EID as well from the city. So Brian, thank you for everything that you've done for the city and for District 3.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
I'd just like to say the same thing, ditto. And Brian, I honestly, our paths have crossed since we were kids, and it's just been a pleasure seeing you, going through all these chairs and being successful and much appreciated.
No, thank you, Patty. And I still consider us kids, so we got a lot left to do.
Go ahead, Karen.
I was just going to echo with the other people. Thank you very much for your service, Brian.
Thank you, Jackie, and welcome to your new position.
Thank you.
I know that I thought when you were done with the supervisor, I thought, what is he going to do in retirement? Is he going to go fishing? Going to go hunting? Is he going to go move to some faraway land? No, you jump right back into the fire, and I truly appreciate that you are doing that. That our community still, we know that you have this community's back and that you're looking out for us, and that goes a long ways. Your years of service, even when I was on the fire board for several years, I know that I could call you and you always took a little bit of time to sit down with me and go over issues and things that we really needed to discuss, with the challenging things we had there. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. And if we could, on this particular issue, if we could limit public comments to 2 minutes, I'd greatly appreciate that. If you could get that programmed in there. Regina, thank you. Or Cleve, I'm not sure which.
Public comment is now open for item 3.1, the proclamation for Brian Veerkamp. If you're joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak, and then you'll press *6 to unmute yourself. If you're joining by computer, please press the raise hand option at the bottom of your screen and limit your comments to 3 minutes and voluntarily give your name for the record. We'll start with Al Soto. Al Soto, go ahead.
Al, it looks like you're muted.
Here I am.
There you
This
go.
is Al, And I want to speak a little bit later to something, but I just want to say, I'm going to call you Mr. Veerkamp. I don't feel comfortable calling you Brian yet, but first, I've had the opportunity to sit at a lot of county supervisor meetings, and I have respected your voice, and I have respected your consistency. You're honest, you're integrous, and I happen to know some of your family members, and the acorn doesn't fall far from the tree. So, you know, you teach what you know and you reproduce who you are, and that's your legacy, sir. You've done a good job.
Well, thank you, Al. Thank you.
So.
I see no other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So I'd like to once again thank you, Brian. Did you have any comments? Any things you'd like to say?
Yeah, just briefly, you made the comment about retire and move on and do these things, but you know, as firemen, we always are running in when everybody's running away. So I don't think he'll ever get that out of me. And you know, I've had the support of my wife and family and all of you. The things we do, we don't do alone. It takes all of us, and you're all there still serving and will be, I know it. And we've got some things we still can improve and do. And as long as I am here, I look forward to working with all of you and trying to make our community, our city and county better. And thank you so much for your diligence on road improvements, your tax measure, and we're seeing those dividends pay off greatly by the improvements that are happening. So my hats off to all your guys' efforts and the things that you've accomplished through the years, and I know you will continue to, and I look forward to sharing more of that future with all of you. Lori and I both do.
Well, thank you again, Brian. Appreciate your service.
And I know you got a meeting ahead of you, so I'll let you get to it.
All right. Thank you. We'll
Thank you.
take care.
Thank you all. Thank you, Cleve.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. All right. Moving on to item 3.2, proclamation of the City Council of the City of Placerville standing for justice, peace, and inclusion, and denouncing all acts and forms of hate, racism, intolerance, and violent extremism. Now, as you saw with our last proclamation, we just went out, read it. We all expressed our appreciation and talked a little bit about the people. This is a different kind of proclamation, and generally it's just brought forward by the mayor and read. So let's see. There have been numerous accounts in our community in terms of the perception of what we're doing here. And Placerville has been in the news over the years, and some of it good, some of it not so flattering. And we have had some, you know, frankly, some bad press. And let's face it, you know, puppy dogs and unicorns don't create good news media. So we, but the news seems to pick up on a few things that has happened here that really, in my humble opinion, don't define us. So this is not a wish list of attitudes that we wish to attain. And I believe that this is truly that we are an amazing community. And I think that, you know, working through this proclamation and making sure it fits who we are as a community, and how we want our outward appearance to be is really important. So we have taken a different tact with this proclamation and wanted to get more public input and some discussion. I know that we have received quite a few emails in support, some wanting to look at it and done differently. And so I think this is not going to be as clean and neat of a process as we have done in the past with proclamations where we just read them and it's one and done. But I think we got to get a little dirty on this one and work through some of the issues in there, some of the comments, and so from there, this is an interesting one because I'm kind of wondering how to proceed from here. Do we just want to, Cleve, I'm going to turn it over to you for a moment there and see where you want to go.
Thank you, I think. So, yeah, I worked on this, and I'll be open with this. I worked on this with Mayor Thomas and Vice Mayor Taylor to try to put something together. As you know, I can't work with all the council on it. There's a conflict in doing that. So that's the way we chose to do this, to put something together. And again, I think really it came out, I want to thank Vice Mayor Taylor. She came up with some good ideas and kind of a first draft that we started with and worked from there. And I think our goal here is primarily a couple of statements that are made towards the end of the proclamation. And that'll be the first two, therefore, is down at the bottom. And trying to say that that's who we are and what defines us. And that's our hope, that where we can get tonight is we can at least agree on those things. And this is not meant to restrict anybody from doing anything. There's been a lot of comment about one of the statements in here about protecting the constitutional rights. We state that in here, that we will protect constitutional rights as we are required to do, and we will stand by that. And if there's our modifications the council agrees to with input from the public, I think that's good. And I hope everybody can realize, what we want to do is we want to be an inviting community that everybody can feel comfortable coming here and enjoying the wonderful community and the citizens that we have in Placerville. So with that, Mayor, I'll give it back to you if you want to maybe open it up for council comments first, and then we'll open it up to the public. So.
Thank you very much, Cleve. So let's go ahead. Who would like to start off on the comments here? All right, Councilman Zaragoza.
Thank you. And I want to thank the mayor and the vice mayor for working with Cleve to come up with a document that we can share with the community and reflect the ideals of Placerville. So thank you for that. I just and I think we're all trying to figure out how we work through this one. I have some thoughts on a few changes I wanted to make to it, and in part of this is definitely in reflection of reading this, as well as some of the emails and phone calls, things like that we've got to try to come up with a document that I think that correctly states our positions, doesn't leave ambiguity, and I think is just a little bit tighter. So I'm gonna just kind of go to where I thought we could use some changes potentially, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth whereas. So currently the whereas says, whereas the city denounces all acts and forms of hate, racism, intolerance, and violent extremism in Placerville. And the way I'm approaching it is I want to go with things that I know are definable, whether it be protected class or things that I know if you do or say, if you go to court, you could actually be found either whether it's liable or if you did something wrong. So what I would suggest changing it to would be, whereas the city denounces all forms of racism, discrimination, bigotry, bias, and hate speech in Placerville. So again, that'd be, whereas the city denounces all forms of discrimination, bigotry, bias, and hate speech in Placerville. Because I think those things are quantifiable. You can be found, to have a bias or if there's bigotry, those are things that, as opposed to, yes, hate, but hate's sort of ephemeral, and violent extremism is sort of ephemeral as well. We know violence, but I think these are more tangible items that we can kind of wrap our arms around. And then on number 4, on the therefore.
Mike, would you say it again, what you proposed?
Yes, I propose, whereas the city denounces all forms of racism, discrimination, bigotry, bias, and hate speech in Placerville. And then on the therefore, on 4, I have some heartburn with that 4. I kind of feel like we're stepping a little bit on people's constitutional rights, to whether it's for whatever reason, left, right, middle, or take your pick of issues, about saying to kind of keep things at home. And so I think our whereas is actually pretty good for what we're trying to cover here. So I would say this is what I would propose would be, we recognize the right of all to free speech and to gather, and we call on all residents to treat everyone in the community with dignity and respect. To me, this encapsulates what the whereas is without getting into asking people to do something that's certainly within their right to do. But at the same time, respecting each other and knowing that we're all the same in this community. We're all residents here. We should treat everybody with respect and with dignity. And I think that covers it without us saying to sort of leave your political beliefs at the door. Otherwise, I think, I think it's hugely important to do something like this. To say that you're against racism, I think is a no-brainer, and something that we should say. Doesn't have to necessarily be for any. I mean, there's been a lot of political talk and issues that have happened throughout the country in 2020 and in other times, and this is just us saying we reject racism and that type and hate and discrimination and bias in our town, and that's what we're trying to say.
Thank you, Councilman Zaragoza. How about who would like to go next here? Jackie.
I just want clarification. So if we're doing that and the fifth whereas, are we also stating that as the proclamation at the top? Because that whereas just echoes what it says at the proclamation at the top.
Yes, yeah, that's true, Jackie. And that would also go for number 2 in the therefore as well.
Okay, so we'd be replacing each of those with those. I'm fine with that. And I'm fine with your number 4. And then the only other thing that I had to add to that was in the first whereas, it states incidents reported to police relating to racism and extremism. I called the police department and asked for a list of those reports, and it doesn't really seem like we have those reports, and I want this document to be honest and truthful. And so I would just ask that we strike that sentence.
So political protests, demonstrations, instances of overt racism, strike complaints from the public.
No. The last part where it says incidents reported to police relating to racism and extremism.
Okay.
What I'm saying is we did not have the police reports, so I just want to strike that one line.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Kara. Thank you, Councilmember Bell. Kara, you're muted.
You're still muted.
There we go.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, I thank everyone that worked on this with me, and we got a lot of public comment, and a lot of them were really constructive suggestions for this document, and I appreciated that. I think it was a good process. What I really wanted to do here with this proclamation was, one, acknowledge what the city experienced over this year, which was unlike other years, just in terms of unrest and conflict. I wanted the city to make its values clear and to bring people together around a proclamation that the city and the community at large could rally behind. I'm open to the changes that were proposed. I think if that helps us get to our goal of making this something that the larger community can get behind, I'm fine with that. I would kind of like to keep violent extremism in there. I personally feel like that's important, and I don't think that violence is a subjective thing. And I was curious if Joe Wren wanted to speak on anything. I know that there were lots of materials that were posted on businesses in terms of, anti-Semitic materials, and I just wanted to hear from Joe if the police did. I was under the impression that there were quite a lot of complaints.
So, yeah, when you're talking about an actual violation of a hate crime, and there's like 33 different California codes that specifically outline when a hate crime is committed. You need a predicate offense, and then the actual crime. So if I was to assault somebody or to punch them, and I did it because it was racially motivated, at that point in time, it would be a hate crime. Now, incidences reported to us of let me get back to where it said racism and extremism. We saw it, it was reported, but there was no actual crime attached to it. So when you had the protests, you had people on opposite sides of the streets and they were going back and forth. Those were incidents of racism and extremism. They could be plainly seen, but there was no crime associated with it. Now with the posters that were plastered, and I can't remember, I think I was in Quantico when that happened, but I'm not 100% sure, but I do know the offense, and we did classify it as a vandalism. And I don't know why offhand, but I know it was looked at because there were some questions whether or not it would be a hate-based crime. So.
Okay, so there were no strictly defined hate crimes, but in terms of there being incidents reported to the police relating to racism and extremism, that's a true statement. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, somebody would say, somebody told me this, or I heard this, or when we were out on protests, we actually heard people use racial epithets. Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of that change, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think that that's a false statement in there, but I'm open. What I really want is a document that everybody will buy into. So
with terms of your violent extremism term, if you will change that to just violence, I think violence is something we can all agree on. Violent extremism, are we going to support extremism, just not violent extremism? Where does extremism start and end? It becomes
nebulous.
Yes,
okay.
But if it were to just say violence, I would support that.
Okay.
All right. So I got a substantive change or a structural change on this, that the top three, I would like to make the bottom three. I believe that we should start off with a positive note. The city values and welcomes all people regardless of race, political views, or other personal beliefs. I believe that starting off with talking about what happened in 2020 kind of sets the stage, but I think that this is to me, this is a big part is a values statement as well from the city, and it's our outward expression of who we are and what we believe in. And I'd like to have that start off with a positive note. And then I would like to, and I'm not sure where to put this, and maybe you all can help me. I like this statement. We believe in the peaceful coexistence of all of our citizens, regardless of race, color, or creed. And I think that speaks to who we are. I think we coexist here in this town, and we do it very well. And I think that we should state that.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think that is great. And I feel like at 4, on the therefore would be a perfect way with that statement to wrap that item number 4 or number 4 to bring it sort of all together.
So I have one more that we could put in there with that. And that we also believe in the freedom of all of our businesses to exist peacefully and thrive in our community.
Could you repeat that, Dennis?
We believe in the freedom for all of our businesses to exist peacefully and thrive in our community. And I agree with the comments on number 4. That kind of caused me some heartburn too. I think we kind of said it one way and then like, sorry, but not sorry. We meant it, but didn't mean it. So I think that, and I think, and we have some very, I would like to, first of all, before we move into public comment, say that we received an enormous amount, not in terms of large quantities, but a great amount of support and in good, meaningful suggestions and comments regarding this proclamation. And so I truly appreciate the thoughtfulness that so many people put into their communication with the council. I truly do appreciate that. Patty?
I have this underlined. It's again, we're going back to number 4, and you're talking about when visiting downtown Placerville.
Yep.
Is it just downtown or is it Placerville?
Yeah, you're right. The whole city.
But I think that part's getting, it sounds like that part's getting nixed.
It sounds like what?
Correct.
Yes. Yeah, that's going away.
Okay.
All right. Is everybody, and I appreciate everybody, the council taking time to, or be willing to kind of put out there what our thoughts are prior to going to public comment. I think that, giving everybody an idea of where our heart and where our head is with this is important. Some people think that this is a slippery slope, and I think this is just a statement of fact of where our city is and who we are. So I don't see this leading to another thing and then another thing. I think that this is, this is who we are already. We're just putting it in words. Yes.
One interesting thing about item 4 is we heard from both the right side of this argument and the left side of this argument, they both found common ground in disagreeing with number 4. So it was nice to see that there was that common ground.
Excellent. That's good to hear. All right, Ms. O'Connell, let's go ahead and get this opened up for public comment. And let's see. Go ahead. It's all yours.
Mayor, can I,
Mr. Mayor.
Regina, before you proceed, Mayor, what's the time limit you'd like to give for public comment?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to mention that we will not be doing a last call for these items tonight. So if you know that you have an interest in speaking on this item, please raise your hand now and get into the queue, and I'll call on you when it's your turn. So we'll go ahead and start with Michael Saunders. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, thank you. Good to see everybody. Happy New Year to you guys. Basically, as everybody said, there was the issue with 4, which can be has some problems with the First Amendment. So if you there were some suggestions that we gave you, and hopefully you will look at that. In general, I support the spirit of the resolution. It brings us back to where we'd like to be, where we started. We're a community. We're neighbors, we're friends. We need to treat each other as family, and this is a step in the right direction. So I wholeheartedly support this resolution, and hopefully it can be, once it's ironed out the rough parts, that it is presented in full and endorsed by many organizations throughout the city and county. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate your comments.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. Al Soto, go ahead.
Hello, Al.
Muted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. First, I want to applaud all of you. I'm sitting here so impressed and having to fight back certain emotions because I came from a situation in a major metropolitan area, and these kinds of issues were really challenging even back 12, 13, 14, 15 years ago. And so I want to applaud this. I just want to make two quick notes. Anthropologically, using a fancy term there, there's only one race, that is the human race. And so we tend to use that term in ways that at times I just go, hey, there's just one people group with three different types, because God creates a lot of beauty and diversity. And then the only other thing I would like to make mention, Mr. Mayor, and you and I have had this conversation, this is not the time I know to process it, is I would love to be a community that's proactive, that we can get our faith community and some other thinkers and some other groups and just come to the table and at times be proactive to think on some positive steps that we can do moving forward. I don't know what that all looks like. I just know that listening to all of you, I am so proud to be a part of this community and the thoughtfulness of critical thinking that's gone into this. And I just applaud it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Al.
Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to really thank City Council Member Taylor for initiating some of the work on this, as well as Mayor Thomas and Cleve Morris. I'm really appreciative that you're going to change the beginning of this to whereas the city denounces all acts and forms of hate, racism, and intolerance. I think that's a great beginning. I had submitted some comments in which I requested that you expand upon that because, you know, as Councilmember Saragosa mentioned, there were 7 categories of protected categories, and that includes people with disabilities, ageism, nationality, and we've had a lot of issues, mostly countrywide, but also here locally. I've heard, I think the other thing I said was gender identity. I've heard some really anti-trans kind of comments, and I think that's really sad and inappropriate. And so I just would really like it really to be more defined that we are inclusive of all types of people. And as someone of the Jewish faith, I would like to see that all religions as well are welcomed. And when those posters, those 17 posters were put up that were anti-Semitic and white supremacist type posters, the reason I did speak to the detective and the reason it was not called a hate crime was because the detective felt it wasn't targeted to specific types of, he felt it was random how those posters were put up. But yet it was very hurtful to many to have those posters. So anyway, I'm just hoping that you could be a little more all-inclusive. I also am very, very proud. I feel just wonderful that you brought this forward. I feel good about being part of this community. This has been a day we've been really waiting for. Thank you so very, very much for doing this. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Leslie, go ahead.
I appreciate everything that the city council is doing, and I did write a long email to the group, and I really wholeheartedly support what you're doing. Well, I noticed when you read the groups of people to whom you are addressing this, race, religion, so forth, sexual orientation seems to be an additional thing that is always promoted in all of these statements. So I'm wondering, I've forgotten which paragraph it was and which council member, but I would suggest that that might be more inclusive if that is also added to that category, if that is agreeable to everybody.
All right. Thank you for your comment, Leslie.
Melinda Velasco, go ahead.
Hi, I really appreciate you guys. So that's first. Thank you, especially Kara Taylor for spearheading this. I mean, I know everybody was involved in it, but I'm hearing, you know, I'm hearing that Kara had a special influence. So I just want to tell you thank you, and onward. You're doing great. I'm not going to pick it apart. You've already read my letter, and I just I'm really proud of you guys. So thanks.
Thank you, Melinda.
Caller with the last 3 digits 525, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon, and I want to second what people are saying. Thank you for your efforts and your outcome, which overall feels very good to me. I would share that in my circle, people still experience, unfortunately, incidents of not feeling welcomed as they walk through downtown Placerville. Sometimes people are so intimidated they don't share except with their friends, but there still is a problem. I also would feel more comfortable with the resolution if one of the members of the council would explicitly point out how it addresses the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys coming to town really scared a lot of people, and we heard council members and our mayor speak strongly. I know our local chapter is disassociating themselves nationally, but I feel they need to make a clear break, drop the name of a group that actively sought to overturn an election and actively occupied our capital. There is a consequence to being associated. This town, historically, in 2005, a council adopted a resolution standing up to hate, just like you guys are doing now. And at that time, they were standing up to the Hangtown Boot Boys, a neo-Nazi group. So I just think it's important that you explicitly make clear what we heard from your leadership, but also as a unified voice. So hopefully we can go forward. I love the positives. I know you're changing and I've heard comments that I think you're going to sprinkle somewhere else, but balancing free speech with the responsibility we have to each other and the good of the community, I just really think that captures the spirit of Placerville. And I'm also, as far as I can tell, you guys are like the first organization in El Dorado County to be putting this forth. And so I love point 3, because I'm hearing other organizations are considering similar resolutions, and you may have done the hard work for them. So kudos to that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leo.
Andrew Vonderschmidt, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Vice Mayor Taylor, Mayor Thomas, and City Manager Morris for your work on this much needed and clarifying document. I absolutely agree with the changes already proposed, as I also had a reaction to the whereas number 4. My question, however, is how will these standards be implemented and upheld moving forward? It's one thing to declare against hate and intolerance, but how do we move against it proactively? Again, thank you for your time, and that's it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Tracy Doyle, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts. So I just kind of feel like this is not the best direction to take as far as unity and peaceful relations. I think that you guys are making some changes, which I missed because I'm cooking dinner and I just hopped on a little bit ago. But I think you're moving in the right direction with changes. But I grew up in a very diverse place. I'm from New Orleans and I'm a conservative. And I value diversity and I value inclusion. And I see everyone as my neighbors. And I want to be here and I want to add value to people. And I think that what we do with our actions is in how we treat each other is important. And words on a piece of paper from 5 of you guys, I mean, it's just to me meaningless. It's insidious. And it's, to me, it has the potential to cause a lot of problems. What the previous caller was talking about, you guys in the Proud Boys, I mean, really, we're still doing that, buddy? I mean, come on, that's going to open up people to some legal challenges. No, don't shut me up.
No, I'm asking you to keep it to the issue.
That is the issue. And you didn't shut him up, did you? So it is a legality challenge that you're going to incur for the city. So think about your legal situation when you have people talking about groups. Now, back to what my focus was, is we get to inclusion by being inclusive people. And the language that I've heard about that particular group, and anytime anyone's a patriot or conservative, we're not included. So I don't see tolerance from Michael Sargosa, or that one that just, he's off the board now, for Mandy and her conservatism. So when we're talking about inclusion, people forget that that includes people you disagree with. Do I agree with everyone? No, but they deserve a voice. Do I want to see a fist on top of a Christmas tree? No, but they deserve that chance. And this whole alphabet soup you guys, Kara, put together is not moving in the right direction, in my opinion. I think everything you need to do, first of all, needs to pass the Constitution litmus test. If it doesn't pass that, which it doesn't with 1A, that's the end of it. So we aren't going to host town art shows either on the city property anymore that are ideological based, like the one that was done during the pandemic, during a statewide, sorry, I know people don't like that term, during a statewide shutdown, shelter in place, the city allowed an ideological based art show. That's not going to be allowed when you start filtering, monitoring, and censoring. Do I think they should have an art show? Absolutely. That's what the town hall in the city is for. It's the gathering place. They close the churches, they close the bars, and now they want to monitor everyone's thoughts.
Tracy, could you wrap it up, please?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I stopped it at 3 minutes. Let's go
Perfect.
ahead to
Thank
the
you.
next. Steve Putoff, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Steve.
He's muted.
Yeah. Can you unmute yourself there?
There you go.
There you go. We got you.
I tell you, I am so proud of this city council. I am blown away with the fact that you started off with something, in my opinion, that was so incorrect, and you've made it, and it was so not Placerville. It was so Black Lives, I mean, I don't know, so someone else. And you have brought it now, and I was born and raised in Placerville. With the comments that I've heard and the changes that all of you made were just right on. And it makes me real proud of Placervillians, as a Placervillian, of our city council. And I also want to bring to attention, though, that, you know, we have a tendency, I think, to say we have a problem. We had a couple of issues or a few incidences in the disastrous 2020. And I don't want those few instances to be brought up over and over as something that defines Placerville or the people of Placerville. That is not the people of Placerville. We do not have systemic racism in Placerville. We do not have systemic, whatever, all those other things. We don't have that. We had a few incidences, and I don't think it's right for us to make a proclamation that says this is not us. And so what I think we've done is we've come towards a proclamation that treats everyone fairly. It doesn't single out some specific event that has happened, and it's more of a guideline, not something to be enforced or something that says, okay, now we've done this. Well, next thing we got to do is this, and then this. This is a guideline. It's a direction of what Placerville is like, and what the people, what the business owners are like, what the people are like. I love the regardless of race, color, and creed. I mean, that's perfect. And the things that are supporting our businesses and the relationships of our businesses to the community. All of that's Placerville. And the uniqueness that we have in Placerville, the hangman tree, the noose, the things like that, that's historic Placerville. And that's applauded in my terms, and we need to keep that and not have a proclamation be used as a tool to try to get rid of some of these other things. So be wary of that, cautious, but thank you very much, City Council. I support what you've done tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Michelle Green, go ahead.
Hello there. So I wanted to thank you all for bringing this proclamation tonight. I do echo that it's really important and very much needed. And as always, thank you for letting people speak. I do appreciate the flexibility that the council has shown tonight in terms of making adjustments to the document. There have been quite a few changes made during the meeting, and I would really encourage the council to make the proposed adjustments and present the amended version to the public to really read and digest again, and perhaps hold a time for further comment. I personally take some issue with the last paragraph, which states, "We call on our residents, visitors, businesses, and event organizers to recognize the harm that outward displays of ideology cause our businesses and community at large, and request that people voluntarily choose to leave their affiliation to these groups at home when visiting downtown Placerville for the good of the community." And I guess the issue I take with this is, we talk about ideology and harming the community, and meanwhile we have a noose as our logo, and we've got a man hanging downtown. So I just take a bit of issue with that. But again, I think it's a great starting place, and I really appreciate your flexibility in hearing people. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
All right, in just a moment here, we'll move on to call-in user 8. I just want to mention that if you're joining by phone, I understand that you cannot see the timer. So I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. And it's at that point that we ask you to wrap up your comments. Call-in user 8, go ahead.
Hello, are you there?
Oh, hello. I guess I'm here. I'd like to echo the comments of the last caller, who said that the incidents that got so much press recently and over the past month, I guess, or past year or so, do not reflect the citizens of Placerville. Mr. Mayor, you opened up this dialogue with talking about how good the people of this community are. And then someone else talked about the spirit of this resolution, and I think those are all good things. I hate to say it. I think this resolution, this proclamation, excuse me, is a solution in search of a problem. It relies on the presumption that the people of our community, the citizens of Placerville, are inherently racist, hateful people. It's really offensive, I think, at some level. I think it can be far more divisive than it can to bring people together. I think this is it's the wrong way to go. I think it's poorly written, demonstrates an apparent lack of leadership from my perspective, exposes the council, in my view, as weak, pandering a special interest group. That last part about political ideology or ideology, I don't know if it says political, I don't have the language right in front of me. That's a very broad term. I find the whole thing offensive, but I'll say this, if the council feels compelled to make such a statement, they need to do this. I think it should be completely rewritten as an uplifting affirmation of the integrity and decency of the citizens of Placerville. And right now, it reads like a lecture. I've been in this county for over 40 years. Until the last few years, when certain ideologies have kind of popped up, we didn't have any of these problems. In some respects, it seems like somebody was called a name on the playground when they went and ran to mama or the teacher, and we got to do something about it. This falls far short, I think, of what you're really hoping to achieve. It's just not very good. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
Barbara Driscoll Rogers, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening, Barbara.
Hi. I think what you guys are doing are great. You know, you can personally, I'm saying don't listen to the naysayers. We don't need all this negative stuff, bringing in the political part of it. What you guys are doing, you're doing a great job. I'm really proud of all of you for standing up for what is right, not only in Placerville, but the whole county and the country. So just keep up the good work and hold your heads high and don't worry about the negative Nellies. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Julie Robinson, go ahead.
Thank you for taking my call. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your work on this proclamation. I feel very reassured and hopeful about our future here in Placerville. I just want to tell you a little story. I work at the hospital with an African-American lady, and as a group, we've offered her to have her come down with us to Main Street, to share a meal or other times to go clothes shopping. And she always refuses to go. And when I've pushed her and asked her, she said, "I'm not welcome there." And initially I was shocked and I asked her why. And she said the nooses and the hangman make her feel not welcome there. And so I'm just bringing that to the table. I'm sure this is not new information, but I am very glad that we're working on a proclamation. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie.
Dr. Cherkezi, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for this resolution. I do want to say that I work in Placerville and that the nooses and the hangman moniker do feel threatening. The noose, while it symbolizes one thing to Placerville residents from history, it has another overarching, very diabolical history in this country. And if you are trying to attract people from outside of your cozy community, you might want to consider changing some of that symbolism because it has a very impactful, very horrifying, very horrific history across this nation.
If I could interrupt you for a moment.
Sure.
You're kind of going down a path that's not related to our proclamation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was related because I thought the proclamation says that you want to make sure that everybody feels welcome and that you're trying to say that, you're a nice community and that you don't threaten people. And so I was just trying to offer you some insight into how it makes people feel when they come into the community. And I know that, a lot of people have an opportunity to not come into the community. If you don't like it, don't come, right? But I thought that you were trying to make people feel welcome and attract people to your community. So I was trying to be helpful to say, to help you understand why it's a problem for a lot of people. Because I hear other people on this call saying that, that these are things that they support and that they want everyone to feel welcome and that we're a community that believes in diversity and uplifting each other and one race, etc. And that, they want to feel proud about their history. So I just wanted to share that, if I decided to put a Nazi symbol on my door and say that I believe that it has a great history, which it does, before it became associated with the Nazi history, I don't think it would be welcome or that other people in my neighborhood would appreciate that symbolism on my door. So I just wanted to share, a different viewpoint. And thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
I guess I just wanted to concur in the views that are expressed so far about the thoughtful nature of what you've done. I'm not sure anybody could really criticize the city this last very difficult year of 2020. It was very challenging, to say the least, and I thought that you did an exceptional job of handling the issues. When the first couple of paragraphs make reference to the costs of these events, one of the things that you can do proactively is you can establish an ordinance related to getting protest permits for gathering at the courthouse or across the street. That's not in conflict with the First Amendment. Why is that something to consider? Because of costs. This last time I heard a number of people suggest that there was an enormous amount of police out on the streets. But at the same time, you never know if they're going to be needed, as we learned on January the 6th. So one way to help predict those kind of things is to have permits. That's something to consider. I don't know about you, but I don't ever remember a time when political division was as deep and dark as it is now. And it's not like the history of the town as it was always described to me from people here in the 1800s. There was an incredible amount of diversity that I keep learning about even more and more all the time. So I go back to a suggestion about being proactive. One, city-sponsored or facilitated workshops on the history of the town would be appropriate. That's one. And I think on racism, when someone says they're not racist, to me, it's like saying someone says they've never lied before. That's the difficulty with racism, is we're not always aware of it. So those kind of workshops would be, I think, very helpful. But I applaud you for the effort. It's too bad that anybody would have doubts that that's the views of the city government, because I certainly believe it is. Lastly, the most outstanding thing I saw in 2020 was the leadership exercise by the police department. It was truly remarkable, because often people in the role of being a police chief respond to police unions, police organizations. What I saw our chief do was respond to the public needs in a number of different ways, which 16 seconds don't permit me to elaborate on, but you know what they are, and you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Caller 857, go ahead and unmute yourself, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, Michael.
Hey, so I too want to applaud the police department's response through the last year. Very even-handed, very controlled. Everything always felt very safe. Always feel safe around here. So also, thank you to the City Council for openly discussing amongst yourselves in front of everyone. I'm proud of you for openly trying to get the words right. Although this is just a proclamation and not an ordinance, maybe it could just be boiled down to the simplest of terms. We in Placerville believe in do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, also known as live and let live. And just leave it like that. Don't throw any gas on any other fires. It's just a proclamation. Please do not add any groups to this. Otherwise, you're going to have to add a very long list on both sides. And that's just a waste of time. And as a sidebar, I'd like to know if the city would entertain a proclamation on where it stands on economics. Does the city support capitalism, Marxism, socialism, communism? Would the city want to take a stand on that? So just some thoughts. Good job, guys. I'm confident you'll get this correct in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Randall R., go ahead.
Randall, it looks like you're muted there, buddy.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. We got you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Ronald Rodriguez, I just wanted to say that I support those that support the proclamation. I think that your effort to provide a declaration of unity is in favor of unity. And if it is divisive to some folks because they don't want to treat people equally, well, that is what it's saying. We need to treat people equally. And if you don't subscribe to that, then we want to take a stand against that. We want to treat people equally. I understand some folks may not have been on the receiving end of racism, but I have in this community. And perhaps if they haven't been on the receiving end, it's because they're those that typically aren't on the receiving end. I've been invited to go home, and I responded, where shall I go? Shall I go to El Dorado? Should I go to San Jose? Should I go to Sacramento? Shall I go to Los Angeles or San Diego? And so your actions are showing that we all belong, and I am home, and I very much support your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Randall. All right.
Hold on just one moment, Mr. Mayor. We do have one last comment from Steve Putoff. I was just making sure that he hadn't already spoke. So, oh, actually he has. Steve, I'm so sorry. We've only got one chance here. So let's go ahead and move on. Mr. Mayor, we've got a few more people with their hands raised. Do you want to continue?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to say, you know, a proclamation is great, but good change occurs when we treat people as persons worthy of respect, regardless of their ideologies. So sometimes we may not agree with them, but, you know, right now, I think that some people are taking it to the next level. So, you know, when we talk about hate speech, are we talking about, you know, falsely accusing someone of white supremacy or being a racist, thus destroying their character and attacking someone at the deepest level? Is that hate speech? I really think that, you know, there's a lot of hate speech. Some people think that wishing people Merry Christmas is hate speech. So I think that, you know, my dad, when my brother and I we went through our bickering stage, he pulled out this extra large t-shirt and he called it the Get Along t-shirt. And my brother and I had to wear it. It seemed like a week. It was probably only a couple hours, but you know, we can write up all these proclamations, but until we actually sit down as a community, find common ground, accept people for who they are, know that we're not going to agree on anything, we're not going to get anywhere. We can write all the proclamations from here to the moon, but we have to have a town hall. We need to sit down in person. So, and on that note, I really think it's time. The Zoom calls are great, but it's time to open your doors. Even at the state capitol, people are allowed to go in person to the meeting. So I think it's time to do that. So with that said, great job. I'm glad you made those changes, and let's start doing actions, not words, actions.
Thank you, Mandy.
Elizabeth Dubose, go ahead.
Hi there. This is Lizzie. Thank you guys also too for letting everyone speak. I think it's a great thing that people are being able to do this, and you know, they have the opportunity. So you guys know who I am. The reason, you know, why I do what I do, and this I'm speaking about specifically on on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, I hosted a art event there at the courthouse. It was open for everyone to see. And it was, it was honestly probably, I always say this, but it really was like one of the most magical things like I've ever been a part of and set up and coordinated, and everything was awesome. And we had people from Nevada City and Nevada County and people from all the hills and Tahoe, and people came from everywhere just to see this event, and who have been following me on Facebook since all of these protests have happened, and they can see the magic and the growth and the change, and they are so happy and they are so excited that we are doing what we are doing here in Placerville and writing this proclamation and putting things into writing and using your intention and manifesting and making it become a reality. Because once we write this down, once we sign it off, once we distribute it and people can read it and they can take it, they will be able to do the actions that we are speaking of. We speak about action, we speak about doing. Once it is written, we will do, and I can promise you that. If you've ever, written in your journal, I will do this, you do it. You make it happen. And so also to add on, I always feel that doing something is better than doing nothing, and speaking up is better than remaining silent, and bringing light to the darkness is always, top priority. And giving the city council of Placerville a reason to feel alive and to get outside while we still have a heartbeat. I have lived here for 17 years now. I turned 27 in March. I'm a student and I plan to one day teach in this district. And as a Black woman, I will have to take the responsibility to explain to my students the truth and the history of lynching in general, and how it started in the South as a hate crime, and how during the Western colonization, how it was used here as a justice system to remove criminals. And that I understand, but I'm telling you that children will not understand that. And I'm not saying that we need to sugarcoat it. What I'm saying is it has been sugarcoated, and children and teenagers are seeing that, and they're waking up, and they are seeing the lightness in this darkness. And it's not just the older generation and my generation, it is the youth, and they are seeing it and they're waking up, and it's time to do the change. And I think that making this proclamation, using your intention, putting it in words, to prepare for these actions is in this right direction. And I would not have jumped on this call tonight if it was not important. So please, I really hope that you hear me as my voice, that we are doing a good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, there are no further hands raised.
All right, public comment is closed at this time. We'll bring it back to council for further discussion and potential action. Does anybody have any comments after hearing? First of all, I'd like to thank public comment. I think there was a lot of good, thoughtful, intentional comments that, it always feels good to have people say we're doing a good job. So thank you for those comments. And also the ones that, kind of, shoot straight and feel like we're, there's some areas that we're, working on. All those are welcome comments, and we appreciate, people say that, I believe that we need to hear all the comments and take in what we feel we can work with and go from there. So I'm going to leave that for now and open it up for discussion here.
I'll just jump in. I just want to thank everybody for working on this. Obviously not easy, and a lot of different passions on this. I think, when you boil it down, what we're basically saying here is, the city of Placerville is against racism. I mean, I don't think at the smallest core of what we're trying to say, that's what we're saying. And I have a hard time, coming to that. That's not a good thing to say, whether it's today, tomorrow, 2 years ago, or 10 years into the future. And so that's essentially what this proclamation is to say, is we're against racism, and that's not a bad thing to put forward. And so I'm happy to make a motion to adopt this proclamation with the changes that had been stated. I'm not sure how we wanted to do that in terms of rereading it, or we post it to the city websites so that people see the final version. But I'll make that motion to adopt with the amendments made by council members.
I'll second that motion.
Patty.
I'm a little bit concerned that we don't have the changes in front of us, and it's kind of maybe a little confusing that I don't know, Cleve, do you think that, I just kind of think that maybe we should table this until the next meeting to have, so that we have a written, copy in front of us, and also for others to see.
Mayor, if you would like, I could attempt, I've been trying to write, as we've been working on this, I could attempt to read it to you and you can correct any errors that I've made if you would like.
I'm open to that. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I already seconded.
Did you? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Jackie. All right, great deal. Go ahead. Let's give it a shot, Cleve.
Okay, starting with the title, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Placerville, standing for justice, peace, and inclusion, and denouncing all forms of racism, discrimination, bigotry, bias, hate speech, and violence. Whereas the city values and welcomes all people regardless of race, political views, or other personal beliefs. And whereas the city denounces all forms of racism, discrimination, bigotry, bias, hate speech, and violence. And whereas the city of Placerville, including the Placerville Police Department, serves all residents and visitors regardless of their race, political views, or other personal factors, and will treat all with respect and civility. And whereas protection of constitutional rights by city officials and law enforcement for all shall in no way be construed as supporting, encouraging, or agreeing with any particular political, ideological, or extremist group, excuse me. Whereas in 2020, the city of Placerville saw a big increase in the number of political protests and demonstrations, instances of overt racism, complaints from the public, and incidents reported to the police relating to racism and extremism.
I asked that last sentence be struck.
That's right. And then there was another comment from another councilor that questioned it. So that one's up. I agree. That's up for debate on that one. Do you want to remove that?
I do. I thought that the other council member said that she was willing to do that. So we move this forward. But I had a conversation with the chief of police and I asked him, when was our last hate incident? Our last hate incident in the city of Placerville was in 2012. In 2012, there was an incident where 2 Hispanic boys jumped a white boy for being white. And that's our last reportable hate incident. And I don't want to give this impression that there's all this hate going on in Placerville where we don't really have a long history of it.
Okay. So
I agree to have that. I thought that had been removed as well.
That's fine. Okay. And whereas the city spent numerous hours / dollars in police overtime and city staff time in response to the increasing political and ideological polarization. And whereas these displays and demonstrations severely strain the city's limited resources. Now, therefore, the city council of the city of Placerville hereby proclaim as follows. Number 1, we stand for justice, peace, and inclusion for all in the city of Placerville. Number 2, we denounce all forms of racism, discrimination, bigotry, bias, hate speech, and violence. Number 3, the city of Placerville and the Placerville Police Department invite other jurisdictions, community organizations, and clubs to adopt this resolution so we may come together as a community to show a unified front against all forms of racism, discrimination, bigotry, bias, hate speech, and violence. Number 4, we recognize the right of all to free speech and to gather, and call on all residents to treat others with respect and dignity. And we believe in the peaceful coexistence of all, regardless of race, creed, or color. And number 5, we believe in the freedom of all our businesses to exist peacefully and to thrive in our community. Did I capture most of that? If there's any minor changes I missed, let me know. So.
Yeah, well done.
Oh, you did a great job. That was.
I'm impressed.
Yeah. Good job.
I know. I would have missed a few, so that's great.
One of the advantages of Zoom, I can kind of work as I'm going. So. Okay.
All right then. So let's. Is everybody good? Everybody feel good with what he wrote? Okay, so let's go ahead and get a poll vote, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, would you like a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for working through that. It was, I think that's what government's all about, and transparency and doing things, hanging it out there and having these conversations. So thank you. And I want to thank everybody for their thought, again, for their thoughtful consideration. I know that even from last meeting, we had some comments and information that we chose to use to create a more positive approach from this. And so, so thank you for that. And so moving on to item number 4, John Driscoll's big moment of the day. Closed session report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, the council met in closed session but did not take reportable action.
All right, thank you very much. And moving on, number 5, can I get an adoption of the agenda?
Move for adoption.
Okay. All right. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, you know what? You actually, with a Zoom meeting, I think I understand, no matter what it is, you have to do a poll vote. I heard that somewhere. I read that somewhere. Is that correct?
That's what I learned at City Council Academy last week too, Dennis.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So it stinks because I wanted to get away from all these poll votes, but here we go. Ms. O'Connell?
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. Thank you for that. Announcements and presentations to the public. Any brief comments by council? I'll just go ahead and start with Jackie.
I don't really have any announcements. I'm attending City Council Academy last week and this week. Very informative, and appreciate that opportunity.
All right, Kara.
I don't have any comments this week.
All right. How about you, Patty?
No, not at this time.
All right.
I
And I'm
did.
going to go ahead. I'm going to leave Michael till last. I know that he may have a few words.
I will say I did attend the Fire Safe Council had a meeting, and I did attend that, and you'll hear about it later on.
All right. I got my first opportunity to speak in front of a crowd as the mayor, and I got for the grand reopening of Save Mart. I actually spoke at the one here in the city as well as the one over there in the now Target Shopping Center. So I enjoyed that. I got to do my job. And I've also been attending the League of California Cities new mayors and new council members training, in which I guess Councilmember No was attending with me, although I didn't know you were even on the Zoom call because there are a lot of people. So that was very good. We had a meeting the other day, Cleve. What? I forget what that was about, but it was, dang, I lost you there.
We had a meeting with former Councilmember Acuna. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
Discuss his duties as our liaison.
Yeah, and I look forward to his participation and his support of the city dealing with the electricity and PG&E. And with that, I'm going to turn over to recently ex-mayor, Michael, Councilmember Zaragoza.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's my apologies too. I completely forgot about writing down my my little speech for going my going away speech or whatever you call it as an outgoing mayor. But let me just say again, and I think I said this last meeting, but I just want to really thank staff from the bottom of my heart for all the work that they put into 2020. I mean, it was, you say unparalleled, unprecedented, whatever you want to call it. All those things times 100. There were so many things that were going on in 2020 with the pandemic, with the proclamation we just did, so many things that went on, and yet through all of that, staff and Cleve leading them really did an outstanding job of keeping our city on track. The fact that a lot of other cities that had much bigger fiscal problems through prior planning and through Dave and Cleve and the rest of the staff, we really did a great job of while we lost staff, we still were able to stay very fiscally solvent, and that's a great testament to you as colleagues as well as to staff. So I want to thank everybody for that. I want to thank you all for bearing with me through 2020. It was nothing that I expected. I was hoping to do more of the ribbon cuttings and stuff like this, the Save Mart that the mayor just did last week. And unfortunately, those things didn't happen. But it really showed the resiliency, I think, of our city and our town. I love the fact that when the pandemic first came, everybody stepped up, started doing takeout orders, helping our restaurants out, and doing everything that we could to support our businesses, whether on Main Street or our two other business corridors throughout Placerville. Our residents really stepped up, and it was our residents. People were staying home at the time. We didn't have other folks coming through. So it was people in Placerville and El Dorado County that said, we want to help our local businesses stay afloat. And we did that. And I want to thank everybody in the city of Placerville for doing that. I'm looking forward to working now under Mayor Thomas. And again, thank you for the time to speak today.
Thank you. And once again, I want to express my appreciation for your effort and all that you did last year. It certainly wasn't the year that you expected to have as mayor. And I think you stepped up to the plate and dealt with what you were handed. So thank you. All right. Moving on to public comments. I have a brief statement I would like to make regarding public comments. As we go forward this year, I want to set some ground rules for public comments. It's my desire to have a respectful dialogue and respectful public comments. And I believe that it is an important part of what we do here, and to be available to hear your thoughts and your concerns and your comments. Part of this is respecting the time limits to 3 minutes when you're speaking. Most show up and are considerate of that time limit, and so they pay attention to it. When I've done public comments, I've actually tested my speech out if I have something written ahead of time to make sure that I don't go over my 3 minutes, and I appreciate people that do that. And so, out of respect for the people that take the time to do that, we're going to be very firm on that 3 minute mark, just to, I think everybody can figure out how to fill 3 minutes pretty well without going over and get their point across. And so, I respectfully request that also that we don't have any profanity or personal attacks. To me, profanity is a deal breaker in this venue. I think we need to be respectful and mindful of what we're here to do, and that's to have a civil discourse and hopefully be able to present ideas and thoughts and comments that help move our city forward. And I don't think that profanity has any place here. And so that's a deal breaker for me when it comes to public comments. So with that, this portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda that is within the subject matter and jurisdiction of City Council. State law prohibits the council from acting on items not listed in the agenda except by special action of the City Council under specific circumstances. And then the mayor reserves the right to limit the speaker's time to 3 minutes. You are not allowed to make personal attacks on individuals or make comments which are slanderous or which may invade an individual's personal privacy. With that, written communication, Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. You do have 2 items of written communication on your agenda this time. One is from the Placerville Downtown Association regarding their kind of their current status and what they're doing and some concerns that they have. We just recommend receive and file on that. You have a second letter from the Fire Safe Council from Chris Keeney, and basically requesting some things from the council that we can look into and I think are doable. So unless council has any questions on those, we can move forward with that at that point.
All right. I think some of those items may come up in 15.2.
Right.
Item 2. So thank you, Cleve. And we'll go ahead and move on to 7.2, oral communication. And I'll turn it over to Cleve and Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 7.2, oral communication. Again, these are regarding items that are not on tonight's agenda. We will go ahead and start with Al Soto. Just one moment while I unmute you. Go ahead.
Hello, Al. Al, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for that. The tyranny of technology. I have committed myself to 2021 to do the most courageous thing. I want to be the best encourager I can be and critical thinker in serving our city. And as you well know, the current state of leadership for all of us has been very challenging as we've had to live in the tension of a very polarized context. And in the midst of this current pandemic of COVID-19, our police across the country have been pressed to their limit. Morale at times has been challenged with stresses on the job ever increasing. I'm not only a pastor of one of our local congregations, but I have the privilege to serve as a chaplain in our Placerville Police Department. And I want to take a moment to address the leadership of Chief Joseph Wren. I've had the opportunity in 40 years of ministry to serve under a lot of leaders, and I have found Chief Joseph Wren to be a man of integrity and character. His word is always good. He's a man of wisdom, and is a human being who feels very deeply for his job and the people that he serves. I've come to know him and his wife on a very personal level. I've seen the times where the weight of his job has weighed very deeply on his heart. And I've been there at moments where I've had the opportunity to consult, encourage, and pray with him. And I just want to applaud the efforts of Chief Wren as our leader in our police department. I have the highest regard for him. And he has the full support of all of us that have the opportunity to work under his leadership. I'm making this statement tonight, not because his leadership is in question, but because in a world that's gone upside down, where everything has to have a negative, I want to be able to say something about a man I get to serve with and tell him that I count him to be one of the men that I get the honest privilege of serving with. He serves with his head, he serves with his heart, and he serves with his hands. And so I just wanted the city council to know that as a chaplain who gets to serve our police department, we are very honored and privileged to have him as a leader, as well as all of our police officers and staff that serve our city. And I sure love all of you, and you are in my thoughts and prayers, and we're in this together. And as we get to serve as servants together, we get to change the atmosphere of our city to even become a better place. Thank you so much for the time for me to be able to speak these words from my heart.
Thank you, Al. Appreciate that heartfelt message.
Caller 525.
Hi, this is Lyle Bennett Koshan again, and I'm relatively new up here. and I'm addressing the issue of the news logo. I'm constantly told as a newcomer, research your history. And I point out that the 49ers were pretty new up here too when they made this history. But I've been researching it, and I wanted to share where I'm at, which is I'm reading original source material from the Library of Congress, where somebody who was deployed out here with the US Army and then went into the gold fields kept a good diary. And he describes, and he had experience from the East Coast with judicial matters, regular courts. So in his experience, he used the word lynching, and he described how 5 individuals were accused of armed robbery, that they received 39 lashes, and it's his words, raw cowhide being applied to already gored flesh, which collapsed all 5 individuals. Then 3 of them, kind of spontaneously from the crowd of about 200, were accused of a new crime. Those 3 couldn't stand, were not present. They were tried in absence. They were found guilty by his description, an increasingly inebriated crowd. He tried to stop the proceedings and was threatened with lynching. And then he goes on to describe that this was death by what's called short drop strangulation, which means they're put on a wagon. The wagon is removed, and it takes 10 to 20 minutes to die. That we know their names, and 2 of them were French, et je peux parler français, et ce person dit, je peux pas parler anglais. They said, I don't speak English. And one of them was Chilean, and he spoke in Spanish, I'm sure, and saying the same thing, that he could not speak the language, he understood nothing. This is a horrible event, and the original founders of Placerville, the miners moved on. They tried to move away from it. They named their post office Placerville. They agitated from 1850 on for the name Placerville, which became official in 1854. And I'm looking at newspapers now, again, original source, and Hangtown was never a common reference around here until we went into the next generation and started romanticizing. So I'm just urging you, I think there's enough people that know history that you could have staff, I know they're overwhelmed, but just provide a bit of guidance and try to bring together enough historians, see if I'm wrong. But let's look at these primary source documents, get the story right. Thank you for listening.
Dr. Chokezi, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, 525, caller 525. That was amazing. I too want to speak about the City Council's opportunity to elevate the city of Placerville by letting go of, or at least trying to move away from, this really violent symbolism of the noose on the letterhead, the moniker of Hangtown on the welcome sign, the hanging person on the sidewalk when you go down Main Street. I think that sometimes, you know, people have different ideas about things. Like one person could tell a joke and think it's really funny in one arena. Other people will agree, and then they could tell that very same joke in a different arena, and the people will be horribly offended, and it will fall flat, right? So when you take things out of context, they don't mean the same thing. And as Placerville opens up, that same symbol of, you know, of the noose, which has become something really historic that you want to hang on to, has a very different meaning for the greater population, and you're citizens of the greater population. So you're opening up, you're bringing more people in, and I just want you to be aware of how terribly offensive and hurtful that symbolism is to a lot of people, and it may not be your intention, and yet, you know, it's doing harm. It is violent. And, you know, you might not want to own it, but the symbolism has a history of racial violence attached to it greater than Placerville. And I know you could do better. I know Placerville can do better in terms of how they present themselves to the world. So I just want to encourage you to take that opportunity to untable that motion and move forward with some new symbolism. Sit down, brainstorm, come up with something better, because I know you can.
Thank you, Doctor.
Gen C, go ahead.
Hi there. Just took a moment. Hi, thanks so much. And I want to also second the appreciation for just the research that was done by, you know, the person that gave us an account there from Library of Congress. I really appreciate that, because I just think, you know, it's important to understand where these things come from. And, you know, I mean, our history here really is a huge part of this place. And I just hope we'll keep doing that kind of thing of really trying to look at the history, which, you know, as I've mentioned before, it does include an African Methodist Episcopal church that burned down, you know, in 1865, but it was in this city. And we should seek to understand, you know, the community that was here, who that congregation was. I guess with that, I just wanted to read, because you know, I know we're going to be getting more into Central Business District overlapping with the map of the downtown historic district that the Historical Advisory Committee you know, created, and you know, there was review and discussion back in 2012. And this word district, I think, is a source of confusion. So again, you know, to kind of go to a source that'll be helpful guidance. You know, this is some National Register Bulletin 15. A district possesses a significant concentration, linkage, or continuity of sites, buildings, structures, or objects united historically or aesthetically by plan or physical development. A district derives its importance from being a unified entity, even though it's often composed of a wide variety of resources. The identity of a district results from the interrelationship of its resources, which can convey a visual sense of the overall historic environment or be an arrangement of historically or functionally related properties. For example, a district can reflect one principal activity, such as a mill or a ranch, or it can encompass several interrelated activities, such as an area that includes industrial, residential, commercial buildings, sites, structures, or objects. A district can also be a grouping of archaeological sites related primarily by their common components. These types of districts often will not visually represent a specific historic environment. Significance. A district must be significant as well as being an identifiable entity. It must be important for historical, architectural, archaeological, engineering, or cultural values. Therefore, districts that are significant will usually meet the last portion of, and that gets into the various criteria. But anyway, then it goes on about all these different features. The point is a concentration of resources we definitely have. The question is about significance and if there's enough historic integrity of what we still have. And so I just want to say we have a district. The question is, does it still have enough integrity? Thank you so much.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
I'm only coming back to speak just because this issue of the new symbol keeps coming up over and over, and I suspect will be coming up for the next every 2 weeks for some time. So regarding the research that's been offered, and it is commendable because it's depth, but it's cherry picking. There's 3 basic sources for accounts that were written at that time. One is the Alacande, which was the official record of proceedings in this area set up by the Mexican government. Then there was William Randolph Hearst's father, who wrote an account. And then the one that keeps getting cited over and over and over is the one that local historians discount, describing it as exaggerated. And I don't want to rely on amateurs, including myself. So I commend you to have historians look at the subject, because I keep seeing it misrepresented by people of all kinds. I'm not going to be someone who says racism doesn't exist here. It does. But if you take the symbol away, it's not going to take those underlying issues. But that one account was done by someone a journalist who makes his living at the time by selling books, by selling the accounts. It's like, Mark Twain of the era. Information didn't come as quickly as the internet. It took weeks and months. So his account was widely distributed and widely sold. So I think if you went to the Bancroft Library and some of the history museums and the professors of history throughout the state and ask them for research instead of persons who are partisan, have one point of view, then we can really get somewhere. That's why I responded, is because, again, the research is diligent, but it's like an advocate. It's marshaling the facts to suit your case. And we desperately need to have that sound, authentic research done. Thank you. I hope you'll do it.
Thank you, Kurt.
Call in user 9, go ahead. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, good evening. I find it very curious that the last few speakers, and Mr. Smith just made the point. The last few speakers strike me as being tremendously biased, and please explain how this does not run afoul of the proclamation that was passed earlier this evening, which specifically prohibits bias, which then gets us to the question of enforcement. I'd like you to ponder that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melinda Velasco, go ahead.
Hi, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. I have two things to say, so I'm not sure if now is the time to support you guys in 12.1, but
Melinda, this is the time to talk about things that are not on the agenda.
not on the agenda. Okay, so I won't discuss that then. But boy, it sure would be fun to see Leo and Kirk have a conversation. That would be great. So a lot of people think that people who are against the noose are from out of town, and you're right. I'm from San Francisco. I moved up here in 1981. My grandmother was also from San Francisco. She moved up here in 1976. And my mother was from San Francisco as well. So my mom and my brother, my sister and myself, we moved up here in 81. I went to Camino and then El Dorado High School. And my son graduated from Union Mine. And my niece, I raised my niece as well. She graduated from El Dorado. And my daughter's going to be starting at El Dorado this next year as a freshman. And I teach at Oak Ridge. So I am from out of town. It's true. I remember when I first moved up here, my father was driving down Main Street and he said to me, at that time, the dummy, he was a little browner. And my father said to me, "Why is the only Mexican in town hanging from a rope?" And my father's from Mexico. And I looked up and I had never really thought about it. And I was like, wow, that's true from his perspective. This guy had black hair and was kind of brown skinned. So it means something, the dummy and the noose means something different to different people. As I say, I'd love for Mr. Smith and Mr. Cauchon to have a conversation. I would love to hear that. The two historians sort of talking back and forth. And I think that they would enjoy it as well. But aside from the historical part, let's just talk about how it affects people. And I heard a doctor talk about how it affects her. I heard other people talk about how certain people don't feel welcome. I think you got to give it to them. If people are saying that's how they feel, including my father, you know, you got to figure they're not lying. So it's affecting different people in different ways. And it's important to acknowledge it. And I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I already told you that, but you know, you're doing a good job. So I'm going to leave it at that. Bye.
Thank you, Melinda.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Good evening, council.
Good evening, Michael.
Hey, so I just wanted to reiterate, God bless Chief Wren. Love this guy. Total support. So for the Christmas lights, I think we need to start thinking about bringing them down. They need to be up for that special season and not diluted over a long period of time. You had that discussion last year. So anyway, and Mosquito Road, thank you for the paving. I have some concerns on maybe some pennies were pinched and the road is at risk of damage by water going down the sides of the road. So been talking to the engineers about that. They don't think it's that big a problem, but I've been here 25 years. I've seen the rivers of water down this road. I think as it's built, you just built a brand new road, you saved some pennies, didn't do some protection on the sides, and it could get eaten away. Please do something immediately about the backing up onto Broadway of the queue at Taco Bell and Starbucks. I think the city's working on that. And as for the history thing going forward, there are a lot of there's some thin skin out there right now that are insulted by the history of our city, and they don't understand that the state didn't come into being until September 9th, 1850. Before that, it was a lawless region, and the people were the law. So people need to reflect upon history and not take serious offense at it. That's all. Thanks.
Michelle Green, go ahead.
Hello again. So I just wanted to piggyback off something Melinda Velasco said, kind of about the experience and what it makes people feel that maybe don't live here. I am a transplant. I've been here about 4 years, born and bred in the Bay Area. And I will tell you, in terms of from business perspective, which I know is important to you guys, this town for a lot of people is not a place that they will come. It's a place that in previous years they stopped on the way to Tahoe, and particularly over the last year, it is really seen as a racist town. I think a lot of outsiders did not really notice the news, right? They didn't pay attention. They came in, went to McDonald's, got some gas, whatever, got some groceries, and kept going. It's out there now, and this town is directly associated with the news, which for many people across this country is directly associated with racism and lynching. So I think regardless of how it makes people feel emotionally, right, it's important that, you know, our city government realizes the economic impact that it has. We're talking about the economic impact of police, you know, protecting people rightfully protesting, right, peacefully, but that impact economically. We really need to address the impact that these effigies are having economically on this town as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
No further public comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right. All right, public comment is closed, and thank you everybody for your public comments. And Michael, you're already talking to engineering, so I think that is probably your best approach. I don't know that anybody on this council has nearly the bandwidth or the expertise that Rebecca has, so I think you're in good hands. I think Christmas lights are something we need to talk about down the road, and I'll check in on the Starbucks and Taco Bell. And thank you everybody for your comments. We appreciate that. Now moving on, let's see, we got moving on, item number 8, consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of all resolutions will be waived unless the council member requests otherwise.
Move for approval.
All right. Did we get a second there?
Second.
All right, we've got a first and a second. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment on the consent calendar, please.
Public comment is open for item 8, the consent calendar. And Mr. Mayor, can I please get clarification on who made the motion? Was it Councilmember Borelli or Vice Mayor Taylor?
I think. Okay, let's go with. I heard Vice Mayor Taylor.
And I both did.
Okay, I'm going to go with Taylor first and Councilmember Saragosa seconded.
Thank you. Please raise your hand if you have any comments for the consent calendar. I see no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. And then if we can bring back no further discussion, let's go ahead for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Saragosa?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. That was the easiest one yet. All right, moving on to item number 9, items pulled for consent calendar. We have none. Item number 10, ordinances. We have none. We have no public hearings on item number 11. So item number 12, discussion and action items. Consider scheduling a meeting to discuss issues raised regarding the city's logo and nickname. And I'm going to turn this over to City Manager Cleve Morris.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you recall, in July of 2020, the city was asked to look at their city logo as well as other issues related to racial equality. At the July 14th, 2020 meeting, the council directed staff to come back in January to schedule a meeting or other type of forum to discuss the issue. It was the hope at that time when we discussed that we would not be meeting as we are now in terms of COVID and meeting virtually, so that we could have a deeper discussion and hopefully a face-to-face discussion on that. Unfortunately, we're still in that scenario, but staff wanted to bring this back to you and get direction on how you would like to proceed. We have 4 options that we've listed here, and there may be others that you may choose to direct us to do, or a combination of these. Number 1, I listed as appoint 2 council members, as that was mentioned also in the previous motion. 2 council members to review options with staff and come back with a recommendation. Number 2, delay scheduling meeting until after the proposed governing workshop, which is later on your agenda. So that one may or may not be feasible at this time, depending on how that comes out. This may also allow for time for COVID restrictions to be lifted so that a more productive discussion could take place. Number 3, schedule a time for the discussion within the next month or so when we think we can get everything together. We would assume this would be a virtual meeting if we bring it up right now rather than live. Staff would also like direction on the format of that. Would you like to engage a facilitator to run the meeting, or would you like it done by staff, or other options related to that? And then finally, delay a decision on scheduling a meeting until COVID restrictions are lifted so that in-person meetings could take place. However, we do not know when this might be. And then finally, I would like to emphasize that our purpose here tonight is not to discuss whether or not to have this discussion, but more when and how. I think we've already agreed that we want to have the discussion. It's just a matter of when and how. So I'd request in our discussions with the public and et cetera, that we limit that discussion tonight to kind of when, sooner or later, and how that discussion might take place. And the details of going forward and discussing the pros and cons of what we currently have in terms of our logo and nicknames, et cetera, would happen in the future when we get that meeting scheduled. With that, I will answer any questions Mayor and Council may have, and give it back to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Cleve. Any questions for staff at this time, or any comments? Yes, Councilmember Brelli.
I'm really, I wish that this was on after the ones that we're going to talk about the governing, having the issue, the proposed governing workshop, because I think that's going to, if we pass it, if it all works out, I think that that would really be a great help in us talking about this particular issue. So I'm in favor of number 2. If we, if it, it's kind of hard to make, to say this when we don't know what's going to happen, but that's where I'm coming from.
I suppose if we go down that road, we could work to make that happen, depending on the outcome of the meeting. We could kind of set some parameters, but that's, we can go there as we after public comment and see where it goes. Any other discussions? Comments? All right, let's go ahead and so I'd like to first of all, as we open this up to public comment, this is we're kind of splitting hairs here, but I think it's important to note that this is not going to be a meeting about the virtues of the noose or the virtues of the name Hangtown. This discussion is strictly related to the discussion of having a meeting. We will have plenty of time to have the discussion for everybody's voice to be heard regarding the noose and the nickname Old Hangtown. So for that, I respectfully request that we keep it to just the discussion on the meeting. So if we can open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 12.1, the scheduling of the city logo and city nickname meeting. We'll start with call-in user 10. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. First, I want to thank Mr. Morris and also you, Mr. Mayor, for making sure that we're focused on what this agenda item actually is. But that is kind of my concern because from what I can tell, this is a carryover from the July 14th meeting, and the council should be commended for following through on what the decision was back on July 14th on how to do this, even though some people felt that, quote unquote, the council was cowardice for not taking action back then. I think they did a good job by postponing this, but my concern is that the original item back on July 14th was to confirm staff's recommendation to redesign the Placerville city logo and approve the application of the new logo to all city documents, facilities, and other assets. There was no mention back then of the nickname Hangtown. In fact, specifically at that meeting, it was expressed by, I believe, Councilmember Acuna, that this issue was only on the noose on city stationery and nothing more. Now, I know that Councilmember Taylor, I believe, offered that removing the noose was a minor change that would not impact anything else. Well, it seems to me the dromedary has a nose on the tent now, don't they? I don't think this has been agendized correctly, or I'd like the council to speak how all of a sudden the name of the town is now up for discussion, because it never was originally. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Sorry, I was a little caught off guard there. Once again, thank you so much for bringing this up. There are those of us who've been waiting since July, and we're glad this is happening. And unfortunately, yes, COVID is still strongly out there, and here we are in January. I'm wondering, when we look at, I was a supporter, I sent in a letter supporting number 3, doing something next month. Well, we're almost at the end of January, so next month obviously is February. You're having your good governance workshop in March. I mean, I think that if you could commit now to when in March you would have this conversation, I think, let's say if you had your good governance in early March and you had the conversation, you committed to having the conversation mid-March with the public, I think that's splitting hairs over a couple of weeks. I just think many of us don't want to not have a commitment as to the when you'll do this. We just don't want it to go on forever because we've been anxious to have the conversation. And I also think it's really important there be a facilitator, because obviously if we can't even agree about a resolution, which kind of seems rather straightforward, as Councilmember Saragosa said, how can we not be against hate? But yet there was people who had found it problematic. And if people found that problematic, certainly there's going to be so many issues with this. And, it's not going to be a kumbaya meeting. It's just not. I think people have, and I know we're not supposed to talk about it. I'm not talking about the detail of it. I'm just talking about the process, that we need someone very, very skilled to help us through this, because we have such different views on this, and the importance of all of this. And actually, to tell you the truth, I worry about the meeting, because I don't want it to be an even more divisive event than what we've already had before. So thank you so much for bringing this forward, and I hope that you have the meeting soon and don't wait for COVID to be over, because who knows about that. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ruth.
Nicole Gottberg, go ahead.
So I appreciate the city council putting this item on tonight's agenda. I know I was the one that sort of brought it up in open public comments last time around. I would recommend that the city go with option 3 on the staff report of scheduling a time for discussion in the next month. I think the city is going to continue to see open public comments and meetings and demonstrations on this issue until people have an alternative option to have their voices be heard. On the staff's report, only options 2 and 3 set a defined schedule. And I think whatever the city decides, it's important to have a set schedule so that people know what to expect, rather than leaving it open-ended and having uncertainty on the timing of the path forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Melinda Velasco, go ahead.
I think that we should do it soon. And I'll go with either Nicole or Ruth's idea, either after the good governance meeting, in March, which makes sense. But you're going to need a facilitator that both sides of the issue are going to have to agree on, and that's going to be interesting. So it's got to be someone real neutral, who's got some experience handling supercharged issues. That's going to be a task, so it might take a little bit. Or what Nicole said in the next month. Either way, I haven't really heard, people be upset about talking about the issue. So I think it'll go. Anyway, that's what I've got to say. But yeah, it's soon, like the next month or month or half or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda.
Caller 525, go ahead.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon, and I'm urging you to replicate your awesome process with the proclamation, where you integrate in the good suggestions from your staff and what you're hearing from comments. And I think that if you integrate them together, it's important to start the conversation. And I attended a virtual conversation about traffic calming with your staff, and I thought it was great and informative. And I think it would both fit the resolution and Mayor Thomas's how he prefaced public comment if you went it with option 3, but it's just the first step, which could be public comment calming. We need to talk about how to talk, in my experience. And we start that way, and then you can have your workshop and then set up with a facilitator, kind of putting all these ideas together, because it is such a complex and emotional issue that I think talking in a calm manner would be a great virtual workshop for you to start with. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Michelle Green, go ahead.
Again. So I would like to echo as well. I think option 3 is definitely the better option. At this point, we need to set a date. There's been enough delays. I mean, the more that we delay, the more that things fester. I just think it's really important to get it done. I am flexible as well. And if you guys feel it's better to set a date after the workshop in March, no sense in dickering over a couple weeks, but I think it's very important to actually set a date for that initial step one conversation to happen. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, Michael.
Hey, so I guess out of the 4 choices, I'm pushing for number 4. I think that this needs to be an in-person meeting, and it will eliminate all of those out-of-towners that really like to call in on Zoom and what have you. We need to have locals make a local decision on this. They can always, the outsiders can always put in their comments in writing, email, yada, yada. But really, we need to have this a local discussion. Like I said, the outsiders can give their input via other options. The question I have is, if you do have a facilitator, there's nothing in here that says what that cost is. If the city is really, in straits financially, it would be great to know if it's going to be a $500 cost, a $50,000 cost. There really should be some kind of estimate on there if you're going to hire a facilitator, so we know what we're looking at. And I kind of disagree with the opening statement on the background. Was, I believe the discussion, there was an earlier caller said that this was discussing the city's logos, not private property, and it wasn't racial equality. So somehow that got added in between over the last year. And I really want everyone to go back and watch that meeting when you decided to bump this to January to have another discussion. What exactly was decided on by vote? So that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to choose number 4. I think it's very important that we meet face to face and have a serious discussion. There are a lot of people who don't do Zoom, a lot of people who have lived here, they're 8th generation, they have equity in this town, and they deserve to have their voice heard in person. So yeah, definitely number 4. I'm all for a facilitator if we can find a good one. But my experience with a facilitator when I was on the Downtown Association was not that good. So that's an issue. But yeah, definitely number 4. It has to be. And people need to know they're very anxious to have this taken care of. But like the previous caller said, this is only the logo. It's not going to change any businesses. None of that's going to change. Hangman's Tree isn't going anywhere. None of that. So, the rush to get this done is kind of unfounded. But as somebody who wants to have the conversation and is open, I'm a free thinker. I'm open to changing my mind. Let's have an in-person discussion to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Allie Jones, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Allie Jones and I live in Placerville. I would just like to recommend that the council move forward with option 3. I don't know what more evidence is needed to show that this is a pressing issue in our community that should be handled in an expeditious manner. Should be a priority to get this scheduled. So as soon as possible is best. And I've heard a lot about option 4, but that doesn't present a timeline at all with COVID. So please move forward with 3. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ellie.
Elizabeth Dubose, go ahead.
Hi there. I will also like to echo and go for number 3. I do believe that this is an item that we can't really wait any longer for. It's about to be going on a whole year since everything kind of activated here in Placerville. That's when I started doing my protesting, my peaceful protesting in about May and June. We have seen how fast a year can go. So imagine how fast 4-5 months go and nothing happens. We don't meet up, we don't talk, this gets tabled, we never come back to it. And just because we don't talk about it doesn't mean the issue is going to go away. The issue will always be there. And even though we remove a noose or a sign or anything that has anything to do with hangtown and lynching, yes, the racism is always going to be there. It's deeply, deeply rooted, but it is a start to something that we can start to, take away from and move on and grow. And I think that, like I said before, we're moving in the right direction. I think setting a timeline, setting a date, making a plan, writing it down, setting your intentions, like I said before, is pretty much how we're going to get this done and how we're going to move forward. And I know a lot of people are probably really tired of hearing us kind of talk about this all the time, over and over and over. But I'm also in that same boat. I wake up every day. It's the first thing I think about. I don't mean to, but like, it's just a part of how it is now. Like, we are in a new time of living with COVID, with the racial injustice system, with everyone waking up to the government and trying to get involved and trying to participate. We're voting, we're signing, we're writing letters, we're speaking to all kinds of people. This is what it's about. And if we're going to make some moves happen, if we're going to make some changes happen, we need to go with number 3. We need to do it sooner the better. I know it's COVID, but as things are going on, if people aren't following mandates and they're not wearing face masks, then the COVID will be here and it's going to spread. And if you want to wait around and not do anything while the COVID is still spreading, it's still going to go. So I think that we should definitely go with number 3 and let's get it taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Sue Taylor, go ahead.
There, Sue?
Oh.
Hello, Sue? Hello, Sue, you there? All right, let's go on. Maybe she'll pop back.
Michael Saunders, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, I was just talking about for the meeting, it should also include the people that have to work in Placerville, even if they don't live there, have organizations that are in Placerville and other meetings that take place in Placerville where they don't have the control of changing those meetings. If it is an item that eventually goes on to a ballot, then it would be decided by the members of Placerville, but the discussion should be anyone that's impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Sue Taylor, let's try this again.
Oh, wait, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Sue.
Okay, I had my Bluetooth plugged in. I guess it won't let me speak too. So I ask if you can go with number 4. It just seems like, there's one group that really wants this all removed, that wants to move to a Zoom type meeting. And there's so many in the city and historical families that don't do Zoom, that are being eliminated from this debate. And, I hope as you do move forward that I'm hearing this thing broaden in its scope. And it seems like originally it was about the letterhead and the, your own symbol that you're using in government documents. And I'm not hearing that from everybody that's calling in wanting these removed. I'm hearing they want everything. They want the name of our historical town and all these other things changed. And I think that's a huge impact. I hear every day how people love the history. They love the stories. They love, Hangtown is part of their heritage. And I get emails and all kinds of information. And even the stories that I'm hearing about the incident, that comes from a story that was written in 1880, which is 31 years after the incident, by somebody that was very flamboyant, that did it to sensationalize.
Let's bring it back to the.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, that's my point, is that I'm hoping that there has to be correct information at this meeting. There needs to be education, and it needs to be limited in scope. And I would hope that you would pick number 4 just so that there can be in-person participation by those that don't do Zoom, and that there's time. And I think, you know, what's the hurry? This has been our history since 1849, and now we have to rush to change it. And I would just hope that you would hold off and wait until we get through COVID to when we can have a healthy workshop with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
Kirk, looks like you need to unmute yourself there.
There we go. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Well, this issue's been around for more than 150 years. And as folks who've been here longer know, it crops up periodically about every 10 years or so for a long time. If you have the discussion next week, next month, in May, it's still going to be the same unless you come up with some information. I read about 6 newspapers a day. I don't read editorials. I don't need people to give me opinions. I want facts. So that's what I still recommend you do. Otherwise, it's going to be like a tug of war. You've got one constituency on one side, another constituency, another. I want facts, and I think that's what the subject deserves. On the issue of, for example, the seal that was used. Well, you know, the design that's currently in the seal, if you look in the old city hall, you'll find it.
Can we bring it back to the meeting? I think we can go down this path of history for quite some time.
Well,
because we're talking about just having a meeting, and
Mayor,
your point of having history is as part of the meeting as well is duly noted.
Well, Mayor, I think what you're talking about is to because people want to resolve a symbol of hate, and people can attach symbols to a lot of things. Who would have thought 2 months ago that members of Congress assembled to do something prescribed by the Constitution, like counting votes for the Electoral College, would symbolize something prompting hate and anger and violence? Again, if you don't have that accurate information, we're just going to be back to just more division. So for the reasons described, I do think face-to-face is important. If you want a specific date, pick May. By all accounts, we're going to have a lot done with regards to vaccines and COVID. So there's good reason to make that a specific date, and then people will be happy. But if you don't have the information, it's not going to be constructive. It's going to be more of these arguments about anecdotal stuff. And that's what I fear is going to happen. But by the way, if you look back into the history, you'll find that the patch worn by people in the city was the same symbol for decades before. I also looked at memorabilia that's
Kirk, I got to stop you, buddy. We need to keep it back to just the meeting.
Well, you know, I'm going to reclaim my time because I can't hear very well from the speakers. I get my new hearing aids in about 2 weeks. But you said you want to bring it back to this.
To the meeting, yes. We're talking about having.
I'll illustrate to you why facts are important. Because I've looked at memorabilia, and the noose was used in the 1930s in this town, the 1950s. It goes back a very long ways, including the symbol that was prompted some discussion some months ago.
Kirk, I'm going to thank you for your time, and I appreciate your input.
Julie Robinson, go ahead.
Unmute. Hi there again. Thank you for taking my call. I just want to say Kirk wants facts, and it is a well-accepted fact that the noose is a racist symbol of hate. The history really is pretty irrelevant. And I was a census worker here in the city of Placerville, and there are a lot of young people in Placerville, and there's a lot of people of different colors and immigrants in Placerville, and Placerville officially voted Democrat. So I think the voice in Placerville is that they do want change and they do want to be more inclusive. And I think that's a fact. So I think we should move ahead with this meeting as soon as we can, which in my mind sounds like March after your governance is a great time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate your comments.
No further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Public comments are closed. Let's go ahead and bring it back for discussion. And I'd like to say I certainly appreciate everybody's comments. And even though some went a little astray, there was peppers of good comments in those as well. So, and I want to thank everybody for attempting to stick on to the topic. That I know it's difficult. I know that a lot of people want to talk about this and really get their point across. And I promise you, we will have that moment in time. So, discussion. Silence.
All right, I'll jump out there first.
Thanks.
First of all, I did look at that agenda item from July 14th, 2020, while we were having this discussion, and that was just a discussion about the logo. So adding the nickname does not seem appropriate. That seems like that should need to be brought up and voted upon by the council and not just added. So I'd like to note that. I want to listen to the discussion, but personally, I don't know how we're going to truly, how we do things is just as important as what we do. And I just really feel like, we've had a little discussions about having workshops and face-to-face conversations, looking across the room at your neighbor, having that, being able to see their face in their expression. And, I feel pretty strongly that we need to have a face-to-face discussion about this. That's just where I'm at.
All right. I'm going to start calling on people if I don't.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling with a date. I mean, we could pick a date out of a hat and say this is a date that we're going to do it, but I do think it's something that has to be in person. I think it's a quality, and I think that the substantive talk is only when you can sit. You lose something via Zoom, and I think there's also some as a speaker or some of the callers mentioned this, which is a lot of elderly folks don't use Zoom. I mean, I know my parents wouldn't be jumping on a Zoom call to be doing something, but if they lived here, they'd probably want to be part of this conversation. So I think we have to be cognizant of those that either for a variety of reasons may not connect, in this type of format. So I also think that we should have a facilitator, who, how much, and all that, I think still needs to be figured out. But I don't think, Cleve wasn't trained to be a facilitator in this, or John Driscoll, or Michael Saragosa, or Dennis Thomas, or any of us. And so I do think we need to look at that. I feel like there are community partners that may be able to help us with this in terms of the cost. And I would leave it in the good hands of our mayor and vice mayor and staff to maybe, look at some of those options for potential help, financial help on that, or other ideas. I don't think we have to, my thought is, whether we use a facilitator or not isn't necessarily germane to our conversation tonight. But I'm having a hard time coming up with, say, well, let's just do it in March after our meeting, and not knowing where COVID's going to be and how we're going to actually be able to meet in person to do that. I'm fine. Like, if we want to pick June 1st or something, and then, and hope that works, or March 31st. But I do struggle with if that's going to actually be meaningful when that date gets here with a lot of unknowns with the pandemic.
I'll chime in here a little bit, and I took a lot of notes here, and there was a very balanced approach to different ideas on this. The idea that some of our community doesn't Zoom, I think it's a reality. I don't know how much of a reality it is, and then how much of those people would show up. It's an unknown factor, and it's a little tough to wrap my head around that. I do think that waiting until after the governance workshop is a good idea. The governance workshop will probably help us kind of wrap our heads around some of the ideas of the city, and maybe this issue might even come up within that context, at least for discussion. So it'll be worthy of moving it beyond that. I get that sooner is better. This has gone on for a long time. It's been quite some time now, and since July. And who would have thought this pandemic would last this long? It is, there's a lot of things that are getting tiring about this whole thing, and kicking this can down the road is one of them. I think it's an important conversation for us to have as a community. I also think that it's important for us to have it face to face. I've been doing a lot of these Zoom meetings, and you lose context. You lose seeing the people in the room. You lose it. You can't read a room of 30 people staring at only 5 people. And that interaction really helps form opinions and understanding people, what they're saying. People are calling in on a phone. You can't read their facial expression. You can't feel what's going on. And that's challenging. And I think that this is, people are making this out to be something more than what it is for the city. This is literally our logo, and this is literally just what appears on the top of our letterhead and what appears on some cars and some doors around town. It's not going. I got you, Patty. I'll get you in just a second.
Okay, I didn't know if you saw me or not. Sorry. Okay.
I got you. Okay, it's not anything about what we want to change in our community. It's not what other people put on their businesses or what other people do with that symbol of the noose. That's a personal property, personal rights. It's a freedom of speech thing, and in this community. So this is not about that. And so I think it's a bridge too far to think that for people to make the assumption that this is going to have some widespread effect. And so with that, as we're talking about the meeting, because I should really honor my own request to keep it about the meeting, we need to be sure and recognize all that. And I think that I think that having that face-to-face is important. And I'll leave it at that right now. I have some more notes, but I'll leave it at that. And Patty?
I just wanted to go back to what Jackie said, that she did go back and check our minutes, and it was specifically about the noose, and I do remember the whole thing. And this, what's on here tonight is, it goes a little bit further, and it's talking about logo and nicknames, which obviously is Old Hangtown. So what are we going to talk about? I mean, is it going to be what we're talking about tonight, or is it going to be the noose? I think we need to specify that, just to give us all a clear understanding. And I kind of have a different take on the Zoom meetings. I think we've had more participation since we've been doing Zoom than we have in all our past meetings. And I don't know, I'm not too sure that we need to be able to see all the faces of the folks. I pretty much get what they're talking about with their, with the information when they call in. So I don't have a problem if we need to, make this happen sooner and before, before there's finally a situation and what's going to happen with this COVID thing. But anyway, but I think first we need to decide what are we talking about?
Khalid, could I ask you, because you did some research on this when you came up with this item?
Yeah, and I want to apologize to the council and to the community. I did add that nickname in. That came from discussions that have happened between now and then. And you are correct. The action back in July was only regarding the logo. So that's a correction on my part. I should not have put the nickname in there, and defining what we were talking about. However, like I say, other discussions I've had, meetings I've had at separate, et cetera, that has come up, and I mistakenly added it in there, but it was not part of the motion back in July.
All right. Yes, Karen, and you unmute. Thank you.
For that, Dennis. It's not a secret that when this came up in July, I was not for a prolonged time period. I would like to just close the book on this chapter and move forward, whatever the outcome is. I think the more uncertainty about it is just, it feels like it's hanging over us. And I would like to see it come to a conclusion. That being said, there are pros and cons to Zoom. For all the people that are able to engage more with us, I think that's great, but they maybe don't realize that on our end, it is really hard when we just see 100 phone numbers with no faces, and a lot of people don't say their names, and it is hard to tell if we're engaging with our own community or if we're, especially with these big controversial items, or if we're getting a bunch of people from outside the community. So there's pros and cons to that. I think that waiting till after the good governance workshop would be prudent. I think whatever we do, we should appoint 2 council members. Because there's going to be things like whether or not to hire a facilitator. If we're going to have, I think the original idea was that we would have kind of like an organized community workshop with different people speaking on different topics. I think that needs to be planned. So I would recommend that we appoint 2 council members to review the options and work with the city manager and kind of discuss more as a council tonight what direction the council really wants to take on that. And then just kind of a question, if we are gonna make, hire a facilitator, have panel discussions or whatever we end up doing, it would be nice just to get the whole thing out and discussed and bring, wrap it all up. So can we just do that? Or do we have to be so limited in the scope to the logo? Because I don't want to just keep having, every time we have a meeting is just another controversy. I mean, let's just get it done with.
I see our city attorney, John Driscoll, show up here. And I guess the question I have regarding the nickname is that we don't have any jurisdiction over that. It is a what do you call that? It's a public, it's in the public domain. And we don't have the nickname on really any of our facilities or documents, or we don't really use it.
The nickname is on the logo.
Old Hangtown.
Yeah.
Oh, dang, that's right. Okay, I take that back. But it's public domain, so it would be just as it relates to our logo. Then, thank you for that.
And the welcome sign, if we took it.
Oh, yeah.
City property.
Boy, I really messed that one up, didn't I? So, okay, John, did you pop up for a reason there?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am concerned about the council getting into a discussion tonight as to whether or not the meeting is going to discuss the logo and the nickname, or one or the other. And the reason I say that I'm concerned about that is because I don't think it's been presented to the public that way in terms of the context of their comments. It's made very clear that the purpose of this item was to discuss how the meeting was to be discussed, how the meeting was to be scheduled, and not so much the contents. And I think that if you want to get into the contents of the meeting, that's probably a subject for a second meeting at some point in time. You need to decide, how you're going to have the meeting, but the public hasn't really had a chance to have input into what that meeting should be, other than going back to last July, when June or July, when it was decided that you should have a meeting with respect to the logo and not the nickname. So if you want to go ahead with the logo, I think you're fine. But if you want to include more into it, I think the public it needs the ability to comment on that.
John, just
Go ahead, Mike.
sorry. The only thing, I don't disagree with that, but just for point of order, the discussion item does say city logo and nickname on 12.1.
Yes, it does. But if you're,
it also,
Mike, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just want to say it also references the July 14th, 2020 meeting, and this was a continuation from that meeting. And as a point of order, I don't think you can add things. They can't magically pop up. They need to be what the July 14th, 2020 meeting was.
So just a legal question.
Yeah.
Could we have a broad conversation, a broad community conversation at this future meeting? Because I think that was the spirit of moving that forward, the way that it happened. I wasn't part of that decision. I didn't agree with that decision, but I believe that was the spirit of that decision, was that it would be like this broad, inclusive conversation with the community where we can air it all out. So could we do that at this meeting, only take action on the logo and then propose to, if anything else comes out of this discussion, propose that as a future agenda item?
Well, for a little, I don't know if I add more mud to the water or clarity, but the issue it's discussing is raised regarding the city logo and nickname. The logo has the nickname on it. The logo has a noose on it. It's all there. It's all under that city logo. So I think it's all inclusive at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, and my point was, if you're going to segregate logo versus nickname, and you're going to rule one out, i.e. the nickname, then I think you need to have the public have the opportunity to weigh in on that.
All right.
Okay.
So so your idea is to make it inclusive of both logo and nickname as we move forward. Is that correct, John?
Yes, and as Councilmember Taylor said, in the course of the discussion of the logo, you're going to have to deal with the nickname because it's on the logo.
I want to refer back to the July 14th meeting and what was specifically in the words and was specifically said, because council members at that meeting specifically said, we're not talking about the name. We're only talking about the noose. And so if we want to add that into the conversation, that needs to be a separate motion that's approved by the entire council to move forward. As a point of order, I think, we need to look at what our document said and what we said. We're not being consistent.
So as on that point of order, these are just legal questions. Could we recommend that as a future agenda item to be part of that meeting? I just don't want this to keep coming up. I want to just get it hammered out now, have the meeting. I don't want there to be all of these issues that are, constantly, these little issues constantly coming up.
And I think the cleanest way to handle it is, and bring clarity to it, is just what you said. Have its future agenda item where you discuss exactly what you're going to be talking about at the meeting.
And that time that we discuss it would be the meeting that we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you lost me there on that.
Yeah, you lost. So, I really, the spirit of this is to have a discussion, and I think all these things will come up during that discussion. So whether we do it based on the information that's given to us, whether we add it now or we add it later, we add it now as it appears on our agenda, or we add it later, it's going to happen. And
actually, you need the entire council to agree to that. So it is the way things go. We all agree to put something on an agenda. To my understanding.
So that will come up in future agenda items.
Mm-hmm.
But then in terms of how we schedule the meeting and all that, I would be willing to make a motion that we appoint 2 council members to work out the details for a meeting to be held after the March governing workshop.
If it occurs, and if it doesn't occur, then
that was my question. It's kind of
I'm sorry, you were in the middle of a motion.
Yeah, if it occurs.
If it,
That's my motion.
And do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. And then the two, okay, so we have a first and a second. I just have a clarifying question. The two council members will bring back more details about the meeting and what to be discussed, and then we'll move forward from there.
Do you want it to come back, or do you want to just give the two council members and the city manager the authority to plan the meeting?
Was that your intent?
No, my intent was not to bring it back,
Okay.
but I'm open to that. I mean,
so if we didn't bring it back, you want to vote on it tonight? Is that, I'm not understanding it. I think.
the motion would be to appoint two council members to plan the meeting with the city manager, and then the meeting would appear on a future agenda. And then we can talk about, give any direction to those two council members tonight.
To be voted on by the whole council.
Tonight.
So what I think is what I think is missing is that in context, I see things that I would want to, have included in this process. And whoever those two council people are, they're on their own because they cannot, those two are talking, they can't talk to the rest of the council.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we can do it right here.
Right.
So one of the challenges I have with this, with what you're saying is that from this point forward, only two people are going to be making all the decisions, whether it's do we discuss his history, do we discuss hiring a facilitator, do we discuss different how it's laid out, whether it's Zoom or in person. There's a lot of details that are undecided here. And while I trust all of our council members, I don't know. I feel that there might be more input to be had. Yes.
I think what you're saying is, okay, I am not in favor of just two council people. I think it should be decided by all of us somehow, that we need to have a meeting and decide by all of us. And I'm in favor of number two.
A thought on maybe not two. So as a alternative, or at least something to discuss, what if we just have a council member work with city manager and come back with something to the council? That way it doesn't preclude conversation.
Well, two council members can be just as effective as one, or more effective than one, that they're still.
Or we just decide tonight what terms we want to have, as part of scheduling planning.
We're going to have a meeting to have a meeting to have a meeting.
To have a meeting. I don't like that.
Well, I thought that the two council member were going to come up with a structure. Like, should we have a workshop? Let's research the details of a facilitator. People are asking how much. We don't have those details. I thought the two council members were just going to come up with the structure in which to have the conversation. I think what that conversation needs is a separate issue.
Right. No, that's correct. That's what I had in mind. The structure and the date.
And the idea of history and having some account, somewhere with authority. I don't know if that's even possible to understand the history of our logo, because that logo hasn't been around. People talk about I'm veering off again.
Yes, you are, Dennis. How are we going to decide how these future meetings are going to happen? That's the discussion.
Yeah, right. So, but the idea of history, and I don't need to go into why it's important or not, but I think having history is part of that conversation is important.
can I recommend maybe something based on
Please do, please.
everyone here? And I know it's not clear, but I would recommend that you appoint 2 council members that I can work with to come up with the structure for the meeting. And then we'll bring that back to the council at your next meeting to finalize that structure, date, et cetera.
I'm good with that, because yeah, I think that's important for all of us to weigh in on it once you do it. So is that what Kara is that your motion?
I'm fine with that. I do think it's silly to have a meeting, but I'm okay with it.
Maybe we'll just have just 2 and not 3. You know, this is a messy process, and this is what it looks like to have this conversation in public and kind of noodle through, a challenging issue. So, sometimes this is what it looks like, how the sausage is made, and so here we are doing it. So I'm not disappointed in this conversation. I think it's important. I think it's important for people to see this. So, but it is a little messy, and so we have a motion, we have a second, and are you still good with your second, Jackie, based on what's going on, the conversation?
Yes, we're counting 2 people to have a discussion about how we're going to do this because we need more details.
Come up with a format.
Yes.
Okay, and all the bits and pieces that go along with that, whether it's broken out or together or a variety.
That is a separate conversation.
Yes, all right. All right, so we can get a roll call, please. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. All right, you guys, thank you for noodling that through. And John, thank you, Attorney Driscoll, thank you for your input and keeping us on the straight and narrow there, or somewhat.
And then do we need to appoint the 2 council?
Yes, you say.
Yes.
I'll volunteer.
I'll volunteer.
Other people are ready.
All right, we have 2 volunteers, Patty, Councilmember Borelli, and Councilmember Taylor, Vice Mayor Taylor. All right, thank you guys for stepping up to do that. That's going to be well, good luck.
Thanks, Dennis.
Yes, I have a lot of faith in you too, and I think you guys will do a great job putting something together.
Cleve is going to be a big help.
All right, let's go ahead and move right along. Are we all good? All right, we're going to move right along to adopting item 12.2. Adopting a resolution approving a consulting service agreement with Coastland Civil Engineering Corporation for construction management and inspection services in the amount of $204,505 for the Placerville Station 2 Phase 1 project, authorizing the city manager execute the same. Oh, right. So I'm going to turn this over to, I think this is Rebecca, huh?
Good evening, Mayor Thomas, Vice Mayor Taylor, members of the council. Good to see you. This item before you is to approve a consulting services agreement for construction management services with Coastland Civil Engineering for the Placerville Station 2 Park and Bus project. For those that may not know, this project's actually been on the books with the city for quite some time now. It was originally adopted as part of the 2006-2007 fiscal year CIP adopted budget. The project is located in the city-owned gravel lot at the intersection of Locust Avenue and Mosquito Road. The first phase of this project was constructed and is located at the intersection of Clay Street and Mosquito Road. Both locations have direct access to the Eldorado Trail, which heads towards the east, towards Schnell School Road, and towards the west, towards downtown Placerville and Main Street. The existing park and bus lot is heavily utilized by transit and trail users alike. The Placerville Station 2 project experienced some extensive delays due to a whole host of justified reasons, and we now have wrapped our arms around every single one of them, and we're moving forward into construction this year. With design complete, it's time to get a construction management team on board prior to releasing the project out for public bid per Public Contract Code Section 22032. The city prepared and released a request for proposals and received 2 proposals, one from Coastland and one from REY Engineers, Inc. The proposals were reviewed and the proposal from Coastland ranked first. Coastland is a firm that the city has not worked with yet to date. However, they have submitted on multiple projects in the past, including the Western Placerville Interchange,
Upper Broadway bike lanes, and now Placerville Station 2. Each iteration, Coastland submitted a proposal they requested and received feedback. And each time, their next proposal improved in quality and understanding. Their references were checked and found in good standing, including a reference from the opposing proposal. Staff also met with Coastland's project manager for contract negotiations, and an agreement was reached that reduced the overall fee to the proposed contract amount before you this evening. As such, staff is recommending the approval of consulting services agreement with Coastland in the amount of $204,505.82. That concludes my verbal report. I'm happy to answer questions you may have.
All right. Thank you, City Engineer Neves. Anybody have questions for staff or comments at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and Ms. McConnell will go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 12.2. This is adopting a resolution approving a consulting services agreement with Coastland Civil Engineering. So go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to speak.
Oh, we have a taker.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Hello, Michael.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Hey, I'm starting to have real concerns over these construction oversight contracts and just the dollar amount. Having been an eyewitness to my beautiful rebuild road, thank you guys. I'm seeing one guy out there and he's just kind of wandering around with this giant tablet on a knob, just kind of like walking around looking. He's not really doing anything, because when I saw a giant vacuum truck dump all of its tank into the ditch that then dumped right down into the creek and created, I guess, turbidity or turbidity, whatever it is, all the muddy water right into the creek. He didn't say anything. He just watched the contractor do that. So if we're hiring these people, my problem isn't the oversight, it's the cost of it and the quality of it. So I think you really need to start not just rubber stamping these contract approvals for construction oversight, but like, what actually do they do? What benefit do they offer? And why? some things you might not know about. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael.
I see no other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll bring it back to we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for further discussion. Yes, Peg. You want to mute yourself there?
Sorry about that. I have a question, Rebecca, and I know it's all based on bidding and who, makes the, but didn't REY do all the other work, the plans on that? And I'm wondering why they weren't, given this contract.
Sure. Actually, that's a great question. Just kind of a moment of clarity on who did what. So Mosquito Road was designed partially by our own in-house engineering staff, and also partially by REY. REY took over the roadway design component, which includes some pretty hefty consideration towards geotechnical and roadway structure analysis. It also considered contaminated soil, of which there was evidence that was present out in the field. And there's a couple other items kind of rolled into that. Now, as far as the Placerville Station 2 project, the designer of record, the engineer of record is actually GHD, which used to be Omni Means. And so they're the designer for Placerville Station, and REY came subsequent to after that. So as far as the actual involvement itself on the Placerville Station 2 project, REY has had very limited contact in terms of direct contact with design on that project. They are aware of everything surrounding it and everything, in and around the area. However, when it came down to the actual proposal, to answer your question why they weren't selected, there were some pretty key items that we were looking for in administering this contract. Now, the significant difference between the Mosquito Road CE contract, which is, by the way, significantly less than this construction engineering contract or construction management contract, is federal funding. When you do a federally funded project, that automatically increases the cost of the project of about 30%. The amount of paperwork that it takes to deliver a federally funded project is extensive, to say the least. And we're talking, it's down to all your Buy America certifications, your material purchasing, all the submittal process is far more extensive. And given some of the items on this project, there are quite a bit unusual and specialty submittal items. There's labor compliance regulations that are more strict than the standardized prevailing wage state regulation that goes through the DIR. So there's a lot of things that build into this contract. And so, when it comes down to the federally funded project aspect of it, that was where the Coastland proposal outshined the other proposal.
Okay, thank you. I was just thinking, I thought REY had more, experience with the whole project, and it just seemed like since they knew all about it, that, it would be cheaper, but thank you for that explanation.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, any further comments? Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at this map, and I was just looking at the future bike rack location, and I know just on the other side of the Placerville station, we have bike racks. Maybe they need to be improved, but we do have bike racks there, and it seems like a really great place for bike lockers, being a transportation hub that people can ride their bike to the bus station, take the bus to work, whatever. And would just like to put that out there that maybe that would be a better place for bike lockers than bike racks.
Well, your timing is perfect, Councilmember No. So we actually have the opportunity still, once we get the construction management firm under contract, we go through a constructability review. And I think that that's a very viable comment that we could include into the project as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Hearing no other questions, if we could entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
All right, Michael and Councilmember Borelli. Thank you. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. Thank you. Unanimous vote. All right. Moving on to item 12.3, authorize staff to solicit a proposal for a city council workshop on governance and strategic planning.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you know, traditionally, we have done some kind of, during our budget preparation, some kind of workshop, whether it be goal setting, strategic planning. We've done several of those throughout the years. And this year, as we began talking about this, I had some discussions with Mayor Thomas about the program that the county does, which is a governance workshop that they do, I believe annually they do that. And so I did some research on it, talked to them. Since that time, I've talked to the people that do this for the for the county. Both Mayor Thomas and I talked to them and asked some questions, explored it, seeing kind of what it would do for us. And based on those conversations, plus some reference, I talked to some other people that they've done that for, including, you know, some of the staff members in the county, Mr. Ashton in particular, and got very high recommendation, high reviews of this company that does this. So based on that, I came back in discussion with the mayor, and we're recommending that we consider doing this governance workshop. And as has been noted previously, there is a potential. We've initially set up a date for the week of March 15th, not a specific date that week, but the week of March 15th for the first of 3 days that this would cover. So again, this is a 3-day program that they do, but they don't do it all at once. It'd be one now, maybe one in the summer and one later on. So we haven't set the dates for the following 2. I think this first one would be critical and get us a long ways towards understanding how we work together, how we work with the public, how we work with staff, et cetera. And then the piece of strategic planning can follow along with that. This will provide some of that. As far as actually doing the strategic plan will be another process that we will work on with you and probably do in-house. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Thomas because he's been pushing this and heavily involved with it. But I think from staff's perspective, from my perspective, I think this would be very valuable for us to consider doing, especially given some of the discussions, difficult discussions we've had to have this last year and will be having this coming year also. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Well, thank you for your comments, Cleve. You know, as I started considering the idea of being mayor back in November, I reviewed our council handbook. I reviewed our vision and value statements and how they interacted with each other. And then I reviewed the county's handbook and how that works and how it's tied together and how that interacts with their staff and with their planning on almost all of their items on their agenda. And it's all very tightly woven together. And the idea that we can actually have a vision statement that's tied to each one of our agenda items, and that we work together as a common, you know, with different opinions, but a common goal that is established was really kind of intriguing to me. We have a handbook. It's a good handbook, and we worked hard on it. And I think it's like everything. It's open for opportunities to improve it. And I think you know, after Cleve and I, you know, because Cleve and I have noodled this around for a while, and we started looking at what these people do and how the county works, and conversations with Don Ashton at the county, the CAO there, who is very intimately involved in this, and they speak very highly of not only the process, but also of these facilitators. So, you know, with that, I strongly believe this could be a great value to the city and creating alignment with our values, our processes, our purpose, and the nature of what we do as a city. And that's why I really brought it forward. So with that, I will open it up for questions of staff. I'd be happy to answer questions if I have any. And if you can answer, if I can answer them, and then we'll go to public comment. Any questions? Yes, Patty.
So Dennis, I'm not exactly sure how they work, but do they study our community? If you know, do they? I've heard nothing but good about the county and their, you know, and participating in this particular with this group. But how do they assess us, or how does it work?
Well, the facilitator will actually have a one-on-one phone conference with each one of the council members. Mm-hmm. And I can't go into great details because I don't know all the details of how they work, but I know that's their initial out of the gate, is they want to have that one-on-one and get the views and comments. And so when they're done, though, this is all, when they're done with this product that they will develop, it's something that will carry on regardless of who the council members are, but it's a statement that and documents that the public can see. It can help us define how we move forward with projects and processes within the city, and recognizing a lot of the issues that we encounter as a city. Cleve.
Dennis, can I add to that a little bit? One of the things, Councilmember Borelli, that I liked about this company is the fact that they have worked in El Dorado County for a few years. And so, I mean, that's right here. We're right, and we're the county seat. And so I think that gives them a step up in already understanding somewhat the county and the communities and et cetera. Not particularly Placerville, maybe that may be a little bit different, but still they do understand the county fairly well from my conversations with them. So.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment at this time, Mr. Clown.
Public comment is open for item 12.3, authorizing staff to solicit proposals for a city council workshop on governance and strategic planning. Nicole Godberg, we will start with you. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
So I think the city doing a good governance workshop is a good idea. I watched the video of the El Dorado County Good Governance Workshop they had on January 11th this year. And I think the general content of that workshop was good. But I would note that consultant had a lot of difficulty with the technology of doing it remotely over Zoom. So I think that city should keep that in mind when evaluating consultants. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Caller 525, go ahead.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon again. I was able to actually listen to the entire workshop while I went around my chores. That's one of the beauty of Zoom. I've attended many of these workshops over the years, primarily with school board, and I'd like to add my affirmation that it was a great training team. There's a wide spectrum in terms of the different thinking behind good governance, and some of which, as a public commenter, I don't like because it tries to quiet our voice. I really, really felt this team had a good balance so that you guys can get along as a team. I forget the words, but something about collaborative individualism or something like that. So I urge you to go ahead with this team. I like what was shared, that they know this county, and this is just a little joke, but you know, you are a small town, but the hub of the county, and you do seem to be kind of like, you know, the great farm team for sending council members on up to the supervisors. So I think that kind of connection would be great. They also have a wonderful book, and I don't know if you have a council budget, but I like the part of what at the county training where the chief officer, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, but he offered to buy a book for everybody out of the supervisor's budget. So I'd encourage you to see if you can read their literature, because I looked at it and it's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Caller 857.
Good evening, council.
Good evening, Michael.
Hey, so with this item, I would really not want to see a facilitator come in and tell all of the council members that they have to think alike, to have a unifying voice. I appreciate individual voices coming from the council. I don't want to see anyone come in and try and crush an opposing view from the council. So hopefully that's not what's going to happen, because I've appreciated tonight hearing different voices from different council members on different items, and I applaud that. So I do not want to see a facilitator come in and say, you have to be unified. You have to all think alike. You have to have a unified voice. That's not American. I want to see strong opinions from individual council members. So when you go forward on choosing somebody for this, and I find the whole thing kind of a charade, that you would have to hire some outsider to get together and say, what's our vision for Placerville? I mean, you were elected as our leaders. You should all have a good vision of what you want. And if we don't like that, we get a new one. But anyway, just some things to consider. Please continue to have individual voices amongst yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Michael Saunders, go ahead.
Yep. Good governance is about being able to conduct the meetings, being able to know what it takes to govern, being able to know what the laws are, what the procedures are. It's not about having a unified voice. In fact, the best boards are those that have 4 or 5 different opinions. It's not about unity. It's about being able to, good governance is being able to express your differences without having any kind of loss in civility. That's good governance. So it's not about a unified, everybody having the same ideals. It's about being able to govern, being able to be an efficient board, being able to be an efficient council. And there are some, if you're new to governing, even if you've governed, there's just courses that are done to just continue your path in being a good elected official. It's done at all levels, and I encourage that the city council take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
No further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
All right, public comment is closed. I'd like to, I may have misspoken there a little bit when I talked about the unifying. That is really about the process and not the thought. I agree with the commenters that the diversity of thought is one of the core tenets of this, not only the city, our county, but our government and our country as a whole. It's one of the basic tenets of who we are. So it is about unity of process, that we all understand and follow a process that we all agree on, and then the unit so from there, further comments, discussion. All right, I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to authorize staff to proceed with soliciting proposals.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All right, we'll get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza? Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. All right, thank you very much, and thank you, Clay, for your input on that. You know what, I'm going to go back on something that we did on item 12.2, and I did not thank Rebecca Nees for her efforts that she put into working on that. And as we moved along off of that one, I tend to get focused on the next agenda item to move it forward, and I forgot to say something. So thank you for popping up on there, and thank you for your effort and all that you do for the city and from the engineering department. So thank you. Yes. All right, and moving on to item number 12.4, receive and file council member appointment to other agencies and boards. And this is the opportunity that the mayor has at each beginning of the year to appoint and have discussions with each one of the council members on their desires to participate in outside agency commissions and committees. And so with that, I get to put together a roster of how we are represented throughout our community in a variety of different ways. And I sure appreciate everybody's efforts and willingness to step up and participate and represent us from transit to SACOG transportation, to COC, the fire. There's a list that goes on for more than that. The vehicle abatement program, which I think we already had one meeting, but LAFCO, local, I don't even want to go there. So, so I want to appreciate that. It's there. It is going to be filed. And let's go ahead. Does anybody have any comments before I open up for public comment? Cleve.
Mayor, can I just make one? Hopefully all of you received the correction to the sheet that was sent out by Regina today regarding the Transportation Commission. We actually have 3 members on Transportation Commission. The previous sheet that went out showed 2 members and an alternate. What's being recommended at this time is just 3 members. So Councilmember Borelli, Vice Mayor Taylor, and Mayor Thomas would be those members. No alternate is being appointed at this time. So.
Okay. And I think that's it. Let's see. Okay. Any other comments before we open up? All right, we'll open up for public comments.
Public comment is now open for 12.4 regarding the council member appointments. Does not look like we have anybody, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you very much. This is a receive and file, so I will move on. And thank you everybody again for your willingness to go out and participate further. Let's see, move on to council reports from other agencies. Let's see, I know transit hasn't met yet. Is that correct, Karen? Okay. I know transportation hasn't met. LAFCO, I believe, is meeting tomorrow. You're right. And I believe SACOG, any reports from SACOG?
Yeah, we had our sort of formation meeting for the next for 2021. So Bonnie Gore, supervisor from Placer, is the new chair for SACOG, and Rick Jennings, council member from Sacramento, is the vice chair. And I was also selected to be chair of the Policy and Innovation Committee. So I'll be overseeing that committee on behalf of SACOG. So happy to step up on the leadership team there as well.
Yeah, that's an important organization for controlling the funding that flows through for transportation, as well as a variety of other projects for our community, and having a strong voice there and participation, especially in leadership, that really helps well, if you're not at the dinner table, you're on the menu, right? And so
exactly.
we're represented very well there. So thank you for that, Michael. And another thing that I think that we need to note out is that Kara, Vice Mayor Taylor is actually going to be the chair of both transit and transportation for this coming year. And so she will be wearing 2 different hats and chairing both of those committees, which are very important for the transportation dollars that flow through, as well as the transportation and getting people around our community. So thank you for doing that. And that's a real honor, and a lot of, shows a lot of respect from her members to put her on both of those, actually. So thank you. Placerville Fire Safety Council, Councilmember Borelli.
Yes, we had a Zoom meeting the other night, and it was, they're really focusing on establishing, what their goals are and where they're going. But you did receive that letter that I talked about earlier, and this is just one of the things that they would like to get further information on and stuff, because I know we have one of the things that they're talking a lot about, and their concerns, is our evacuation program. And as you all know, we don't have a whole lot of streets to evacuate on, and we've got all these fire gates that apparently some of them are not even being used now, and the reasons for having them installed kind of don't hold any water right now. And so they're requesting that we all that maybe some of this is changed, and Cleve talked about it. That is something that we can talk about. And another thing that we're going to talk about is what they did to also, and Jackie is very concerned about this as well, and has some input on this, are the properties that are not maintained. And some of them are because they're out of town folks and stuff, but Pierre is really working on that, and he has sent out a list of all the properties that they have worked on, what's being taken care of now, and what is in the future. And so and we're working on getting funding, getting grants to help along those lines. Also, we need to raise money, so we're working on, or they are working on different ideas for fundraisers to help them out. So they're a busy committee.
And I appreciate you being there and voicing your opinion and listening on behalf of the city, Patty.
Thank you.
All right. And moving on to request for future agenda items. Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor. And
you're muted.
To address the good point that Councilmember No made earlier about the procedure going forward on that discussion, I think that we should add to the agenda just the nickname on city property generally to give us the flexibility to address the concerns of our residents as they come up.
all right. So, Clee, just 1 second there, Patty, I'll get to you. We need to put things on the agenda. We need a general consensus of our council. And that's basically 3. You got to be able to count to 3 to put something on the agenda.
That's correct. Generally, what we've done, we've just kind of got a nod of heads, but if there's some question about whether or not it should happen, you can actually take a vote on it.
Okay. With regards to that particular issue, can I get a thumbs up from everybody that would like to see that on the future agenda? Okay. We're good there. Moving on, Patty.
I just want to also acknowledge what I was just talking about, the letter that we received regarding the gates, the fire gates, and I'd like to have that on the agenda.
All right. How would you like to see that on the agenda? I mean, what are you thinking? What's that look like to you?
Well, I'm gonna ask Cleve for his take on this, but I think it's I don't know whether we have to consider each one or whether we just do an overall, assessment of whether they're still needed.
Are you asking for them to be removed, left open?
I think
that's a pretty big ask.
It is, right. But there's some that I don't, the question is if they're necessary anymore. So maybe it's an individual assessment, of each one. I don't know how it would work.
There's quite a few around the town, actually.
Right.
I was thinking a first step in this process might just be a simple inventory to show where they are, when they were put in, if we have any history of why, the history behind how they were put in. Perhaps we could bring back a report on that and then take direction on how we move forward with it from there.
Just for instance, the one by Duffy Park was put in because they didn't want the traffic to be flowing down
Arizona.
Yes, and Arizona and on to Pleasant Street and on to Bedford.
Right.
So there's all of these have good reasons for traffic flow and different things like that.
They do. But this all goes back to evacuation. Yeah. So what is important if we have the need to open that gate? For the safety of the community.
Right.
Or the neighborhood.
So this is time sensitive, but it could be out for a while. I know that it's going to take, I imagine this is a fair amount of staff time. Cleve, would you?
Yeah, I'll have to review it with Mr. Rivas. He'll be the primary person researching that and see how quickly we can get it done.
All right. How about, can we get a nod or a thumbs up from people? All right. We got 5 thumbs up. Okay. And then I would like to bring one at a date uncertain. It's not critical, but I think it's important that we kind of put a bow on our traffic calming measures and get that wrapped up. So people who are concerned about traffic calming in a variety of areas around town, they have a guidebook to go on that's up to date and something that we've been talking about.
So just so you know, Mayor, I've already added that to our future agendas after discussions with staff and et cetera, hopefully to get that back to you in February. So for approval, for adoption.
All right, then I guess we don't need to, because it is work in process, so something that's on our radar. So
yeah, it's been going on for some time.
All right, I trust that you get that going. So no need to put that on future agenda. All right, thank you very much for all that input. And we're going to move on to city manager and staff reports. Do I defer to you, Cleve, here?
We can just move on to the reports. First one, 15.1, and Ms. Neves will handle that.
So 15.1, receive and file status update for Clay Street Bridge replacement project. Ms. Neves.
Well, hello again. As requested by council, we've brought forward to you tonight a status update on the Clay Street project. This is a project that the city has considered now for nearly 50 years and going back into planning documents dated into the 1970s. The need for the project, even then, was cited to replace the existing bridge and widen Clay Street to a 40-foot width, along with realignment to Cedar Ravine Road and Main Street, and closing the existing connection to Main Street to provide a safer and better north to south connection to the north residential area. The project would also reorganize the existing parking facility. Recognizing that the need for the project continues on, in 2006, the city applied for and received Highway Bridge Program funds based on the Bridge Inspection Report, the BIR. The BIR notates the structural integrity and the functional use of a bridge. The Highway Bridge Program is a bridge safety program administered by the Federal Highways Administration. It gives agencies a funding mechanism to maintain, rehabilitate, or replace bridges that otherwise may not have had a way to fund. These funds are project specific and cannot be used on any other project. This is a federal funding source and as such requires environmental clearance through the National Environmental Policy Act, better known as NEPA. This also is in addition to the required clearance for all projects in California through the California Environmental Quality Act, better known as CEQA. Now, all FHWA projects in the state of California are actually under the jurisdiction of Caltrans because they are the NEPA delegated oversight, while the city retains the CEQA oversight as the lead agency and owner of the project. Both NEPA and CEQA processes have parallelisms and seek to assess project impacts generally related to traffic, cultural resources, parking, biological impacts, toxic and urban decay impacts, aesthetic impacts, growth-inducing impacts, and verifying consistently within area plans and policies. So if I may for a moment, I'd like to return to the topic of the need for the project as a matter of public safety. In addition to allowing better access and even to provide proper evacuation routes, the simplest way to look at this is to start by considering a typical bridge service life and the condition of the existing bridge. Standard design and service life of a bridge is 50 years. And while not unheard of, a bridge can even meet a cautious 75-year service life. However, a bridge 100 years in age is highly concerning and considered by the Highway Bridge Program to be a failure waiting to happen. The Clay Street Bridge is generously estimated between 93 to 95 years old, making this bridge a definite public safety concern. As mentioned, the BIR also reports on the structural integrity, and while it denotes that the bridge is functionally obsolete, which is another way of saying that it doesn't accommodate its current use, recent reports are indicating the significant structural decline. In the last BIR, the sufficiency rating, which is directly tied to the structural integrity of the bridge, cites a 52 out of 100. Now, it's been a while since I've been in college, but 52 out of 100 is an F. So that's down from 70.3 when the bridge was first submitted for HBP funding in 2006. That's a significant drop. The most notable changes in the BIR from 2006 are indicated by concerns related to scour, which is considered the undermining of the bridge foundation by the water channel, and spalling, localized deck failure. Examples and photos from the BIR of these issues are shown in staff's report. In addition to concerns of bridge failure, another structure staff is concerned about is the Cedar Ravine culvert. The culvert spans from Pacific Street to the Clay Street Bridge and has been showing significant structural decline. Substantial repairs have occurred over the years, and with the most recent repair occurring as an unforeseen condition in 2018, when nearly 40 feet of the top of the existing box culvert was replaced during the Pacific Street paving project. To add a significant concern and complication to addressing the culvert is its proximity to the Druid Monument. The monument, placed in 1926, is located approximately 3 feet away from the culvert, which has less than a foot of cover, or less than a foot and a half of cover from the roadway surface itself. Figures are provided in staff's report for reference. It was always staff's intention to utilize an economy of scale to address the culvert as part of the Clay Street Bridge project. However, the culvert and ultimately the protection of the monument may not wait that long. Staff will be bringing the Cedar Ravine culvert as a proposed CIP project in the upcoming fiscal year budget cycle. Protection of the Druid Monument and all authentic historic resources is a value of the city of Placerville. As council is aware, the city owns the only 2 nationally registered historic resources in the city, Historic City Hall and Goldbug Mine. It was the city and its staff that put forth the immense amount of effort it takes to have both of these resources recorded on the national register that leads to its ultimate protection. And soon the Druid Monument will be placed on the register as the 3rd city-owned resource on the register, directly showing action by the city to legally preserve and protect our history. If I may, I'd also like to note what puts a resource on either the National Register or State Register, and both of those processes are objectively defined by the National Register Bulletin 15 and the California Register of Historical Resources, respectively. Both have a shared criteria summarized as associated with events, associated with persons of significance, embodies distinctive characteristics, and number 4, yields important information to the prehistory or history of the local area. These processes allow a thorough and objective consideration, absent of emotional opinion, to registering resources utilizing an unbiased and regulated professional expertise. It's this approach that allows the quality and authenticity of a resource to be registered. Aside from all of this, let's also not lose sight that this is still a public safety project that includes a potential bridge replacement. And as such, the project will properly consider and evaluate its impacts on all potential resources. It's already been cited that the Druid Monument is a resource. Another resource being considered includes the assumed eligibility of a historic district that does not currently exist. In 2012, the Historical Advisory Committee recommended a draft downtown Placerville Historic District, which has yet to go before the Planning Commission or the City Council for a whole host of valid reasons. Therefore, there is currently no downtown Placerville Historic District. It has not been adopted. It is not the responsibility of this public safety project to evaluate or create a historic district, but rather to consider the project impacts on valid resources. In order to do this in a conservative manner, the project team approached this by making the generous assumption of eligibility for the non-existent historic district. The Clay Street project documents assume that the Historical Advisory Committee had completed the task of creating the district and what would be the impacts to that hypothetical non-existent district by the project. Because this is a different approach than what was originally presented in the CEQA EIR in 2018, select sections of the EIR will be updated and recirculated for public comment anticipated in June of this year. The project delivery process is presented in the attachment to staff's report, highlighting where we currently are in both the NEPA and CEQA processes. If council would like, I'm happy to bring it up and share screen so that the public may view this for their benefit. But that concludes my verbal report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Had to unmute there. Thank you very much for your report on that. Does anybody have questions for our city engineer at this time? Yes, Patty.
I don't have any questions. I just think it's a good idea for her to, if she can, to bring those pictures up on the screen. It's very interesting.
Rebecca, you are muted still. Yeah. You know.
Got it. Okay. Sorry. Please stand by. Your call is very important to me. So here's where we're at in a nutshell on the process. So, you know, in order to create a project, you have to develop and identify your purpose and need, right? So you identify your need, which was done for us many predecessors ago. And then identify the project for the need, adopt and circulation elements, and identify the funding. We've done that. We've been past that for a while. Environmental studies, which include preparing technical studies and approving the technical studies. So what the technical studies do is it evaluates all the items that I mentioned before, you know, your cultural resources, historic resources, hydraulics, hydrology, biology, visual, noise, traffic, everything. So then once you get to a place of agreement with those technical studies are what essentially write your individual sections in your 2 environmental documents. And I say 2 environmental documents because the CEQA environmental document we are moving forward with is an EIR, an environmental impact report. The NEPA environmental document that we currently are moving forward with is an environmental assessment. And this is a critical thing to understand, is that you have to go through an environmental assessment, and either it becomes your environmental document or it gets elevated to another environmental document. But that is the document that provides that direction. So now we've moved on to, so we circulated the EIR back in March of 2018. And based on some consultation processes through Section 106, which is contained within the NEPA process, that was when the team said, you know what, let's conservatively say, just in case this district exists, which it currently doesn't, but just in case, let's look at everything. If this district existed, what would this project do to it as far as impacts? And that is what we evaluated. Now, part of that evaluation also includes the development of a document called the Finding of Adverse Effect. Now, the Finding of Adverse Effect looks at the adverse effects on the district and on all designated historical resources. So that does include the Druid Monument. So then once we've gone through and we've gotten to that process, so we've already, and I'm trying to get my little, there we go. Okay, so this was the original process, right? And then we moved into the draft EIR already. But then what happened was when we changed the approach on the technical studies to assuming an eligible district, that kicked us into a conservative evaluation approach. And that conservative evaluation was assumed eligibility of the district. Then that kicked us into a secondary look at the CEQA and NEPA process, where now we are in the process of actually revising the sections and making sure that they are consistent, right? Because our technical studies are what supplements and provides the information to this report, that we are consistent in the documents and reporting in the EIR. So we're doing that effort concurrently with the NEPA process, which includes Section 106 evaluations and consultations, as well as the Section 4F process, and then ultimately into the environmental assessment. So that's where we're at right now, which is right here. We are revising the sections for consistency with the revised historical and cultural resources. So if there's any questions on that, I'm happy to talk it through.
Thank you so much. That really, I think, really makes it a lot easier to understand for everyone.
That is a great document. Provides a lot of clarity in the process. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions before we go to public comment? All right. Thank you very much, Rebecca. And we'll, Ms. O'Connell, we'll go ahead and go to public comments, please.
Okay, public comment is open for item 15.1. This is the status update for the Clay Street Bridge replacement project. We'll start with Jen C. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jen, thank you very much.
Yeah, great. So just so everybody knows, Section 106 is part of the National Historic Preservation Act. And then I just do want to clarify, again, what Rebecca is stating is, first of all, she's stating that the district doesn't exist. And I think by that she means there hasn't been a local designation. We know that, that map that was, proposed and reviewed has not been adopted into the general plan. But again, a district is a concentration of resources, and there is a concentration of resources, and it has been evaluated by Judith Marvin, a consultant for Friends of Historic Hangtown. All of her evaluation was provided definitely under to Caltrans, and Rebecca's received those documents. So, basically the whole question here is, there is a district, it does exist. It's a question of, is it significant to the point that it triggers significant impacts, when you go forward, as proposed. So I don't think this is semantics. And so I just want to point this out. The evaluation is, and you do need to evaluate, and this assumption of eligibility, that has to do with a programmatic agreement, and it has a backstory. But what's important here is that there is an evaluation of impacts going on, and so there is a district, and really to evaluate the impacts on that, you do have to evaluate the district to a certain extent. So anyway, that's part of the process. I'm also concerned because the report, in the staff report, it talks about alternatives, and it makes the statement that they are really being considered. That the draft EIR actually made it pretty clear that they were considered but not studied further. And by that it means, you haven't really committed the resources to do serious engineering development of those alternatives. So I mean, because it takes a lot of work to do the engineering, which I totally respect. But, kind of the point is, right now, those have pretty much been dismissed, at least under the last draft of the EIR. So I just, again, I'm obviously engaged in this, and will also be, Regina did say that I could kind of maybe propose like a little 10-minute presentation, just a little bit more on this topic, visuals to help understand, kind of the consulting party perspective on the district and the resources that are going to be affected. So, but I do appreciate the diagram. Thank you, Rebecca, for outlining NEPA and CEQA concurrent processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, Michael.
Hey, I would like to just discuss the maintenance of the Clay Street Bridge over the decades. Looks to me, as long as I've been around here, there has been almost zero maintenance by the city on the Clay Street Bridge. The spalling of the concrete on the railings, that could be patched. City has refused to do it. The city, long before me, just paved asphalt up to where it meets the concrete sidewalk for pedestrians. Now the city claims that, well, the pavement is equal to the sidewalk. Well, that's because the city just kept paving up to the sidewalk. I would like to have, I'm requesting right now, that the maintenance records, every dime, every hour that the city put into maintaining the Clay Street Bridge be put into the record. Because I'm seeing, just my opinion, the city, especially recently, over the last many years, has done zero maintenance on the Clay Street Bridge, allowing it to fall into greater disrepair, thereby getting a greater score of yes, this bridge should be replaced. Well, when you don't maintain something, it falls into disrepair, and then you have a justification to tear it down. So I'm requesting that the city's every dime an hour put into that Clay Street Bridge over the last few decades be put into the record for everyone to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Nicole Gottberg, go ahead.
So I appreciate the city's taking into account the potential ramifications the project could have on downtown being able to be listed as a historic district in the future. I'm a geologist. I do work on roads kind of for a living. And just looking at the photos and details provided in the staff report on the new settlement and scouring that's occurred over the last 2 years, it is pretty concerning. And I was wondering if the city has looked at any sort of temporary solutions to reduce loading on the bridge until a permanent solution can be implemented, particularly during wet weather when you have, saturated soil. And then, if you look at the schedule, it looks like we're still a ways out from having a permanent solution implemented. And it certainly wouldn't be in the interest of public safety or historical preservation if the bridge failed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
I see no other public comments, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's go ahead and bring this back to the council. Based on those conversations, did Engineer Neves, did you have any further comments?
Yeah, actually. So I just happened to, go back and see some emails, and it doesn't look like that district was fully, the analysis, the evaluation of the district was fully completed by Miss Marvin because due to lack of funding it. She made a list, but the formal evaluation process, which is quite a concentrated effort, was not done. But we do, in the interest of, I want to kind of point out some of the team factors in doing this analysis too. So we have several folks involved in the team, and one of them happens to be a architectural historian by the name of Mary Maneri. Now, Mary Maneri has done some reports for the city on this as well as other projects, and with good reason. She's highly qualified. She has 40 years experience, and she was actually a governor appointed member of the State Historical Resources Commission, which oversees the Office of Historic Preservation, which means she was on the very commission that is able to designate what is an authentic historic resource and thus place it on the California Register. So this is a gal that knows her stuff. And she, recommended we could take the conservative approach just even for the consideration of it out of making that generous assumption. She did not indicate to us that there was a historic district. And again, the purpose of this project is not to create a historic district, it's to address a public safety concern. And in accordance with that too, some questions regarding some of the alternatives that are being considered in the EIR. I will say right now, all alternatives are on the table. We've listened for years, and we are literally leaving no stone unturned with any possible viable option with this bridge. If I could turn back the clock and not make it a nearly 100-year-old bridge, then we could start maintaining it 50 years ago or 60 years ago or 80 years ago. That would have put it in a better condition. I sincerely would have supported that, but at the time the city didn't have money for maintenance of roads, let alone their bridges, as illustrated by the necessary replacement of the Blair's Lane Bridge and the future replacement of the Placerville Drive Bridge. Agencies, this is why there is a highway bridge program. The city of Placerville is not the only agency in the United States of America that doesn't have the maintenance funds to maintain bridges. This is a big issue nationwide. And in fact, so much that the highway bridge program itself is severely funded and impacted, which actually kind of leads to another point. So we talked about the age of the bridge and what federal highways consider as a dangerous concern for bridges, which is bridges approaching that 100-year mark. So the other part of this, and to kind of speak to Ms. Gottberg's comment regarding the concerning, failure points of the bridge. So in the temporary solution, so we actually are looking at that right now, because even if this project, if we were to say our prayers and wave a wand and we had, clearance to go to construction tomorrow, the Highway Bridge Program is outfunded by about 19 years. And those that show dire need and ready to list for construction, those are the ones that are getting funded. Amongst some of the bridges that are being funded right now by the Highway Bridge Program include our very own Mosquito Road Bridge that our county brothers and sisters are putting on, and that's an expensive bridge. It's actually, they've had to enter into a high cost agreement to allow reimbursement over several years, just because the Highway Bridge Program doesn't have the necessary funds to help and fund all the construction of the bridges in California. So something will need to be done about that on a higher and legislative level. So what can agencies do when we don't have those construction funds immediately available? Well, there's a mechanism through federal funding called advanced construction. And that is basically the city would pay or put the money up to pay for the construction now, and kind of similar to the high cost agreement the counties entered to with the Mosquito Road Bridge, they would actually be reimbursed over a duration of time. Now, the benefit to that is, construction costs go up annually, right? So if you build it now versus in 10 years, when you get the go ahead to go and fund, you've saved yourself roughly about 30 to 40% the cost of construction. So there is value in fronting that money. So there's a couple of things to consider in that, but we are sort of unpacking all of these things at once. And it's a lot, but as far as the environmental process goes, this one is actually semantics, because one comment was about the alternatives and the amount of engineering level design that's required to support an alternative. Agencies are not legally allowed to fully design an alternative in environmental review. It is an item that agencies have attempted to negotiate with federal highways for years, because we're not disagreeing with it, there is a level of engineering that needs to go into supporting a design alternative. However, if you advance design and you are not out of the environmental phase, you will not be eligible for reimbursement of those design funds. So there, you have to make that step. You have to get out of the environmental process in order to engage in design of an alternative or several alternatives. That's why on that chart in the design and construction phase, I put public input and aesthetics meetings, because that's the point where we can actually pour forward the effort that we want to engage the community. This is our bridge. We want the input. We want it to be something that represents our town. So that's what we're looking ahead to. We will be conducting public meetings. We will be doing that outreach effort. So I think that answered all the comments or questions and clarifications. Happy to answer any other questions if you have any.
I think you answered a lot of questions right there. So thank you so much for such a thorough report. And I really appreciate your diagram as well. That was very helpful in understanding the process of that bridge. Any further comments before we receive this and file it? Seeing none? Yes, we have one.
I'd just like to say, I thought that was a really well done report, very informative, especially, being somewhat new to this project that's been going on for a really long time. It's just was useful to kind of review everything that's happened previously.
Glad to hear it.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Neves. And all right, moving on to item 15.2, receive and file progress report on implementation of city Placerville hazardous vegetation and combustible materials abatement ordinance. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Rivas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. To give a little background, back in August 13th of 2019, the City Council adopted an ordinance known as Placerville Hazardous Vegetation and Combustible Materials Abatement Ordinance. Add that to the kindling. The purpose of this ordinance is to provide for the removal of hazardous vegetation and combustible materials situated within the city limits to reduce the potential for fire. The implementation and enforcement of the ordinance began in earnest in January of 2020, last year, and the ordinance prescribes the necessary remediation measures required to bring a property into compliance, noticing requirements of the property owners for properties that are found to be in a fire hazard condition, and enforcement provisions for non-compliance. The attached log that you have as part of your staff report shows all current open cases and closed cases that were opened at the beginning of January 1st of 2020. And that's through probably about the mid-January, January 14th to be exact. The status log breaks the cases down into acreage categories and also shows properties with dead tree issues. That's also a fire hazard. And then we have a section called repeat offenders. And we wanted to have that category because that is showing properties that we were basically taking enforcement action on before the city adopted its ordinance. So those are ones that predate January 1st of 2020. So how did we identify these properties? Well, we began by doing it basically three ways. We work closely with El Dorado County Fire Protection District. Their staff, when they do their rounds, provided us with a comprehensive list of properties that they felt were a fire hazard and gave them to us. Staff also conducted its own surveys during that first month, trying just to locate and identify the most egregious properties that clearly had a fire hazard problem. And then thirdly, we've been relying on complaints by concerned citizens. Primarily how we add to the list are from complaints received from concerned citizens. Also, council members have provided us properties that are a problem. And from time to time, when staff goes out, if we also see a property where it's clearly a fire hazard and it's not on our list, we'll also include it on the list. So what I'll do is I'm going to summarize those categories that's in the log. So looking first at the properties that are less than 1 acre, these are the more of the postage stamp lots with a house on it. We have a total of 30 properties in that category, and that's a sum total of about 13.5 acres in total. And of those, 13 have been abated and closed. And that's a total of a little over 4.5 acres. And then of these, 10 are absentee owners. And I'm just highlighting that because you'll see that many times we do have a problem with the more notorious repeat offenders. It's because they're absentee owners. And sometimes absentee owners rely on the city to be their property manager. And that's very, very expensive on staff. So going on to the next category, these are properties from 1 to just under 5 acres in size. We have about 10 properties in that category. The total acreage there is about 19.7 acres total. And of those, 5 of those properties have been abated and the case is closed for a total of 8.7 acres. Moving on to properties that are 5 acres in size or just under 10. We have 3 such properties. Those total 19.3 acres in size. None of those have been abated yet. And all 3 properties are absentee owners. And one of those properties is vacant. And the vacant properties are sometimes the ones that we have the most problems with. And moving on to the next category, those are properties that are 10 acres and larger. So for those, we have 5 total properties in that category. That's totaling 108 acres. None were abated as of the preparation of this report. And of those 5 properties, 4 are absentee owners and 3 of those properties are vacant. Moving on to the next category, we went ahead and we had a category for dead trees because hopefully you've been driving around, you're seeing less of the dead trees. We've had very good response with property owners to remove the dead snags that are throughout the city. We have a much older ordinance that addressed just dead and dying trees. It was because of the bark beetle, probably back during the beginning of the last drought. So we've been working on the dead trees for quite a while. But currently we have 10 tree cases, 5 have been closed, and of these 6 properties were absentee owners. And then we have a last category that I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, and that's what we call the repeat offenders. And these are the ones, again, that predate the ordinance, the implementation of the ordinance, predating January 1st of 2020. We have 11 properties in that category. Its total is 163.5 acres when you combine all those, all the acreage. And of that, if we were to subtract the Lumsden Ranch property that we're all that we all know about, that's a 120-acre property known as Placerville 128 that we're dealing with on a regular basis, and they are working on it currently, I'm happy to report. But if you were to remove then that acreage, really we only have about 35 acres then that are these repeat offenders. 6 of those 11 properties are absentee owners, and 7 of those properties are vacant. So to sort of wrap up this table, we have a total of 69 fire hazard cases that were opened between January of 2020 through January of 2021. The total open code enforcement cases that we currently have open are 309. So 240 of these are non-fire hazard cases. So, and I want to really stress and highlight that because it's important to understand the workload that we're up against. So primarily these would be zoning code violations and building code violations. And I also want to emphasize that we're seeing a huge spike in the amount of flippers that are buying up distressed properties and doing work on them without a building permit. And we're having to do we're working closely with some websites where we can see where properties are turning over, and then we'll do a drive-by, and lo and behold, a number of these are being bought by different companies, and they just get contractors in there without a building permit and they flip them. So, and I want to stress that because those take a lot of staff time, but it's very, very important that we catch those. So not only are we going after then the property owner, we'll file a notice of non-compliance on those, but we'll also file a complaint with the state licensing board as well. And we haven't been doing that in the past, but we're hopefully trying to get the word out that Placerville is not the town where you just come in, buy a house and do work without permits. So we have a part-time code enforcement officer, and that's only 20 hours a week. So we're spread pretty thin, and we do take the fire issues very seriously, but do understand that fire is just a small portion of the code enforcement activities we're involved in. So the total new cases that were open beginning January 2020 were 171. So in just the last year, we've had 171 brand new code enforcement cases that were opened. And of those, 95 were the non-fire related. So you can see then we actually had a good amount of those. We're trying to stress and trying to get after the fire because we don't want to be like some of these other communities. We do have a fire hazard here, and we're trying to address it. Total cases closed since January 1st of 2020 is 79. And of those, 23 were the fire hazard related cases. So what are we looking at doing or trying to improve upon is we've got a tickler file system where we want to actually go through where the first thing we would provide the owner is a courtesy notice. If staff has gone out and already verified that the violation exists, then we'll send out, it's called a notice of violation, and we give them a certain amount of time to respond. And typically we ask that they respond in writing and give us the amount of time that they feel is necessary to abate the nuisance. In this case, we're concentrating on fire. So, and if they don't, then we'll send a notice to correct. And if they don't comply with that, then we start fining them. And it's $100 for the first fine. If we don't get compliance, and it's $200. Then after that, it goes up to $500. And we probably could go up to about $20,000 before maybe there's an issue with being overzealous on the amount of fines. But Right now, we have a total fines have been paid of $6,100, which is good. We're trying to do what we can to pay for the staff time involved in all of this. Total fines currently outstanding is $12,200. So with that, that concludes staff's report. We do recommend you do receive and file this report, and staff is happy to receive any comments or questions you have on the program at this time.
All right, I'm gonna pause for a moment here and have a point of order. We went beyond our 10 o'clock time period, and so we just need to have a quick vote to continue this meeting, and it looks like it's the last item on the agenda, so I would like to, I don't know, is this just a head nod, Cleve, or a thumbs up, or do we need to actually do a vote? What are you saying, Michael?
Yeah, I think we've been having to do the votes previously.
Okay. So,
Mayor, can I just, I think you may be okay, because I think it states that you're not supposed to start an additional item after 10 o'clock.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
So I think maybe you're okay to finish the agenda.
That's all right, Michael? Yeah.
Even better, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, excellent.
Put the fire
Without
or
that,
beat and get this going.
All right, so let's go ahead and move this along. Any questions for Pierre, Mr. Rivas? All right, yes.
Just a comment, really, and I know I had asked to bring this forward, and I really want to thank Pierre for putting this all together for us. It really gives us a very good sense of what confronts us and what's out there and the challenges, from a staff perspective on how to, fully get into compliance with this. But I can say that, if people call, I know my neighbor had out the fire department and the city, and they did a great job of giving very, what's the right word, pragmatic guidance to how to come into compliance. It wasn't about, clear cutting their property in order to do something. And so, if people are hesitant to ask for that assistance, we're not going in to look for, to basically decimate your property or to cut every tree down, but really to give practical advice on how to do it and how to be in compliance. I just want to underscore that to the public, that there's, call, if you don't know, call, and they will come out and look at your property.
Council Member Zaragoza, if I could just piggyback on what you just said. Staff does have the training. In fact, I have training myself. It was given by CAL FIRE, where we are able to go out upon request by a property owner if they wish to have staff come out and sort of assess their property and give them the recommendations to come into compliance. And we're always happy to do that. We'll make the time to do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Borelli.
I just wanted to add that the Fire Safe Council, Chris Keene has received that same training, and she's trying to encourage others to get it so that they can also assist the city, and it's advisory. It's not the enforcement. And I also want to say that and thank Pierre for he's volunteered to meet with the Fire Safe Council, and they really have, there's some well-qualified folks that are members of this council, and I think that they really want to pitch in and do all they can to help out, because they realize your workload is, so extensive. And so I'm looking forward to seeing, how they can aid you in helping push this forward.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Borelli. Staff would really appreciate that. And we're happy to meet with them and appreciate all the assistance we can get.
Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
I just wanted to say thank you for this report. I've been really curious about, what the big picture of code enforcement is looking like and what kind of progress we are making. And it's good to see all of the items on the spreadsheet that are being either closed out or in process of being addressed. And your verbal report tonight added a lot more information and really rounded out the picture. So I thank you for that. It sounds like you need more staff in the next budget, more code enforcement staff. So.
Yes,
we need more money for the next budget for more staff. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open this up for public comment.
comment is now open for 15.2. This is the progress report on the hazardous vegetation and combustible materials abatements ordinance. Feel free to raise your hand.
Let's give it just a little more time. There is a bit of a delay with between you two and yeah, at least for the opening one. So all right.
I see no comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
I know Sue Rodman was really interested in this one too, so I'm hoping she had a chance to take a look at this as well. I know she's not on today, but this was a big one for her too.
Yeah, this is your report, Pierre, is just a great illustration of the effort that you guys are putting in to work with the community. And a lot of these people have had multiple contacts before any fines or any assessments have been placed upon them. I've heard and I understand that you guys work very hard for those that want to cooperate to help facilitate the process. And you can't actually go out and do it for them, of course, but you do help them through the process, if I understand that correctly. So thank you, Pierre, and please thank your staff for the work that they're doing. It sounds like she's got her plate full on this, on getting this done. And so, and hopefully, I know, let's see, do we have an outreach for this? Do we have anything planned for this spring other than a notice in our utility bill and the water bill for any outreach for encouraging people to clear their property?
I don't know, Pierre, if you want to add to that, but we do plan on, as you mentioned, doing outreach in terms of the utility bill. Suggested perhaps that we do something in the newspaper also, so we will look at that. And then just continue with the work that Pierre is doing with the fire district to look at those properties that we can and trying to address them. So.
Okay. Looks like we have a nice little snow going on here.
Yay.
Yeah. All right. So hearing no other, oh yes, I'm sorry.
I just real quick, I just want to say that is also an item that the Fire Safe Council discussed at the meeting. They're working on trying to get the message out to the community. So
that's good to hear. All right. That's nothing like a little reminder to get out and cut some weeds or trim your trees or whatever that looks like for your property. All right. Let's call this received and filed. And we'll move on to item number. Thank you, Pierre, for your effort and your work on this and preparing the document. It's much appreciated to see what's going on there.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
All right. All right. Moving on to 16, item 16, upcoming items. There's a list here. I will read through just a few of them to give you a taste of what's going on. Parking code revision, parking restrictions and bike lanes in front of 640 Main Street. Near the bell tower, received and filed design memos for requested direction of the Hangtown Creek Sewer. Clay Street to Locust, workman's comp trending report, retail tobaccos, front yard use and fencing height ordinance, police department drones, MBI contract amendment, time extension for Clay Street, bridge EIR, traffic speed on Broadway ordinance, and police and fire monthly stats. So away we go. With that, I am going to adjourn this meeting at 10:15 p.m. tonight. And everybody have a good evening.
Night, everyone. Drive safe on the wheel.